Good morning, everyone. I'm Ellen Lapson, the director of the Center for Security Policy Studies and the director of the Schar School's International Security Master's Program. And I'm delighted to welcome you to this, our fifth annual symposium. Each year, our Center for Security Policy Studies identifies a topic of enduring consequence in international security. So unlike programs that are really trying to look at the hot spots of the day, this annual symposium is aimed at looking at long-term issues, issues in which there's unlikely to be short-term solutions or very urgent policy interventions, but that are playing out over a longer period of time. And we thought the Arctic was a perfect topic for this year's symposium. And we're taking a very holistic, cross-disciplinary approach to the Arctic. While we're the security studies folks, we are not looking at this exclusively through a security prism. We're allowing our panelists to really spread out across all of the social, economic, even cultural dimensions of the Arctic and examine it from all these various perspectives. So putting this program together really was a collaborative effort. Later in the day, I'll thank my fellow faculty members and even one of our former students, Marisol Maddox, who was part of the early planning for this and identifying some of the truly fabulous national experts that we've assembled today. So I hope you'll find this a great day for learning, exposing yourself to different ways to think about the challenges of how climate is affecting the Arctic and how the Arctic will be affecting the world. And we imagine that in our first panel, we'll be putting a lot of the issues on the table that will come up again and again throughout the day. So it's hard to neatly divide the topics into categories. So I hope you'll see that we'll be circling back to some of the big themes as the day proceeds. So it's now my pleasure to introduce the moderator of our first panel, Todd Laporte, a colleague here at the Schar School who has deep interest in climate and teaches a number of courses on how systems work, sort of the interconnectedness of things. And so I think he's the perfect candidate to assemble our first panel. I want to invite you all to come up. So thanks again.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's good to be here, and it's good to see you all. Ellen has framed this meeting very nicely, and so I won't belabor that particular aspect of it. The first session here really kind of sets the stage. Our panelists, I think, we met in a previous online session some days ago to scope out what we were going to be doing, and I was so delighted to hear the range of perspectives here that are introducing this topic to you all for the day. Our first panelist is Ellen Skorsky, who is from the Center for Climate and Security, and she's going to be talking about how the big picture on climate is unfolding. Of course, as you know, rising temperatures, well, maybe you don't know, but temperatures are rising in the North Country, the polar areas faster than they are pretty much everywhere else in the world. And so the challenges of climate change for the planet really are seen earliest and most vividly, I think, in the northern regions. So Ellen, Erin, want to take over?
Sure. Thanks so much, Todd, and thanks to Ellen and George Mason for hosting this today. It's really nice to be here with all of you. See some former students in the audience, so that's great. And this is a really timely conversation, right? Because in just a few weeks, the world is going to gather in Egypt for the Conference of Parties to talk about where we're at on cutting emissions and tackling climate risks. There have been some new reports out just this week that shows we're not where we need to be, frankly, in terms of the trajectory of emissions for countries. And so what I'm going to do in my opening remarks here is just lay the groundwork of kind of what that warming, what those carbon emissions in the atmosphere mean for the Arctic. And as a caveat, I'm not a climate scientist, right? I'm a national security expert. So as I talk about this, I'm going to talk about it, what I think national security experts need to know about the science of what's happening in the Arctic. And if we had this conversation a year ago, what I would have told you is that the Arctic is warming 2 times faster than the rest of the world over the past 30, 40 years or so. But just this fall, or at the end of the summer, a new report came out from climate scientists saying that actually the Arctic is warming 4 times faster than the rest of the world over the past 40 years. So the Arctic is on average around 3 degrees warmer than it was, 3 degrees Celsius warmer than it was in 1980. Okay, so things are worse than we thought. And the reason this is happening at such a rate in the Arctic is because of a phenomenon known as Arctic amplification, right? You may have heard that before. Changes in the region are happening, changes in the region that are happening due to climate actually increase the warming, which then continues the cycle. It's a feedback effect, right? So when the white sea ice in the Arctic melts in the summer, areas of dark open water are exposed, which can absorb more heat from the sun, right? When you wear black, you get hotter than when you wear white clothing. So that extra heat helps melt even more ice, and the cycle continues. So some of the phenomenon I would say that we're most concerned about that have security implications that you'll hear about, I think, through the rest of the day are things like the extent of the sea ice in the Arctic, right? Right now in winter, frozen seawater covers almost the entire Arctic Ocean and neighboring seas. It undergoes seasonal patterns of change right now. It thins and shrinks in late spring and summer. It thickens and expands during fall and winter. The challenge now is that the thickening and expanding during fall and winter isn't happening to the same extent, right? Because temperatures are warmer and that thinning and shrinking is happening more. This impacts local ecosystems. It impacts regional and global weather patterns. It impacts ocean circulation, right? Similarly with sea ice thickness, as the ice gets thinner, it melts quicker, right? So you've got dramatic drops in sea ice extent in 2007, 2012. You've got fewer regions of thick multi-year ice that's built up over many winters. So the bottom line is once the warming starts and the ice starts to melt, it starts to happen faster and faster because of the geography there. So scientists assess that even if global temperatures rise by less than 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels on average around the world, right, the Arctic could see a sea ice free summer at least once a decade. So without sea ice in the Arctic, that means a lot more human activity, a lot more damage to the Arctic ecosystems, and changing weather and climate patterns outside of the Arctic, right? What happens in the Arctic does not stay in the Arctic. It is in Las Vegas, right? Exactly. So I know today we're going to be talking about the Arctic in particular, but it's important to remember that the changes that are happening there are going to impact all sorts of things around the rest of the planet and security risks around the rest of the planet. The last thing I'll say before turning it over to the other panelists is the issue of permafrost thaw, which is also really important, I think, for security reasons. So as the permafrost thaws, right, due to warming temperatures, plants and animals that were frozen in the ground before begin to decay. When they decay, they can release carbon dioxide and methane back into the atmosphere that again can contribute to further warming. So you're seeing a pattern here in my remarks. It also creates serious challenges for infrastructure. We're seeing that there was a new study in the past year that found that 50% of Arctic infrastructure is at increased risk of damage by 2050 due to permafrost thaw. So looking at satellite imagery, it measures about 120,000 buildings, kilometers and kilometers and kilometers of roads, 9,500 kilometers of pipelines in the Arctic. So all sorts of infrastructure that both the national security community, that our economies rely on in the Arctic economies themselves rely on, are at risk. A lot of this infrastructure is in Russia. I know that's a topic for a conversation later today. But there are a lot of intersections with security impacts. The last thing I'll say, just to recap, is we've got a rapidly changing environment, warming 4 times as fast, lots of changes that may not stay on an even trajectory, right? You may have heard discussion of tipping points, and we just don't know what's going to happen in the Arctic at certain points with the levels of warming we're seeing. And some scientists assess we're already seeing the emergence of a new normal climate in the region, right? That it's not going to go back to where it was, and we're in a period of uncertainty as this new normal develops. So I know that's a lot in a short amount of time, but I'll leave it there, and we can hear from the other panelists.
And we'll have
Yep.
questions too from the panel. Thank you, Erin. Marisol, Wilson Center. I'm sure most of you know the Wilson Center. I first was exposed to the Wilson Center as an intern. My first Washington summer was at the Wilson Center. I was very proud to have an office in the top of one of the two tallest towers on the old building on the mall, which was great, except that the merry-go-round is outside all the time, and I can't tell you how annoying it is to hear the same merry-go-round tune all the time. I hope we're not hearing the same tune from all of us this morning. Marisol is, as Ellen said, is a product of our program here. Glad to have our own come back and help with the next generation. And she's interested in actorless threats, and arguably the melting ice in the Arctic and the changes that are involved or that flow from that are such a threat. So Marisol, you want to take it over?
Great, thank you so much. And thank you for the invitation, Ellen. I just, again, want to just say how appreciative I am of you allowing me to combine climate change and security with my graduate work, because that was really crucial for allowing me to now be doing the kind of work that I'm doing. So Erin's remarks provided a really great foundation for appreciating the extraordinary extent to which change is occurring in the Arctic, including causing the region to become more accessible. So from a homeland security perspective, whether you're thinking, from Alaska, from the US perspective, or even from Russia's perspective, northern approaches through a blue water Arctic are becoming more of a thing. And so there's security interests in understanding what that means for changes domestically, and also in terms of new commercial interests from things like tourism, shipping, and fishing industries. So all of that provides a perfect entry point to then talk about how these changes affect governance and regional decision-making, and why Russia's war in Ukraine has had such a profound impact. So when thinking about the polar regions, it's easy to think about the main difference between Arctic and Antarctica is that, one's in the north and one's in the south, but from a governance perspective, they're actually totally different. So if you think about Antarctica, that's a continent that's surrounded by ocean, and it's governed through an international treaty. The Arctic is the complete opposite. It's an ocean, which you can see above. So the Arctic Ocean is in the middle, and then it's surrounded by landmass. So most of the Arctic actually falls within national jurisdiction. So it's quite different from a governance perspective. And that includes things like territorial seas, the exclusive economic zones, and then the extended continental shelf claim. So once you kind of work all those pieces out, the actual high seas portion of the Arctic Ocean is and could be quite small, though some of these claims are still being adjudicated. So, and because of this narrative that you often hear in the media about the race for resources is really quite off base and not particularly helpful for trying to really understand what the region's actually dealing with and what kind of issues the region is facing. So let's just also be clear about what we're talking about when we talk about the Arctic. There's a lot of different technical definitions of the Arctic, but we can roughly think about it as the area above 66 degrees north. So there are 8 countries that have territory above the Arctic Circle. So we have the United States because of Alaska, Canada, Denmark because of Greenland, Iceland, Finland, Sweden, Norway, and Russia. The most prominent international law that governs the region is the UN Convention on Law of the Sea, which is commonly referred to as UNCLOS. Ironically, the US is not party to this convention, but we do view it as customary international law, and it's extremely important for US interests because it provides the legal foundation for things like freedom of navigation. When it comes to extended continental shelf claims in the Arctic, there is a clear process by which evidence is submitted to a UN body called the Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf. And this body reviews the evidence that a country submits for their extended continental shelf claim, and they just look at whether or not the evidence submitted is sufficient to back up the claim. So there can be multiple countries that have valid overlapping claims that are, viewed as valid by this body. And then if there's, if there are overlaps, like in places like the Lomonosov Ridge, that needs to be adjudicated elsewhere. The point here being there is the international legal regime in place to deal with disputes, territorial disputes in the Arctic. This isn't some ungoverned space, right? And it's a place where international law is actually quite strong. And even Russia, because they're so big, they have over 50% of the landmass in the Arctic. They have quite extensive claims under international law. So it has actually been in their interest to abide by international law for the most part in the Arctic because of that. And that's also very important to note, where are we seeing challenges to law, and then where are we not so far? And so just an example of where we also saw a breakthrough kind of with these adjudication of disputes was something called Hans Island, which was between Denmark and Canada. And they basically were able to, after 50 years, come to an agreement on how to divide this island. So it is possible, it just takes a very long time. So relevant to what I mentioned before about how the US is not a signatory to UNCLOS is the fact that the US is planning to submit an extended continental shelf claim to the UN. And it's unclear if it will be accepted because a non-UNCLOS signatory has never before submitted a claim. So that's yet another reason why it's really in US interest to accede to the UN Convention on Law of the Sea. In 2008, the Ilulissat Declaration was signed, which reaffirmed that for the Arctic, UNCLOS is largely sufficient for governing the region, and that unlike Antarctica, there's no need for an international treaty. And in fact, it's not only unnecessary, but undesirable, because there's been a very constant desire by the Arctic 8, the 8 countries that make up the Arctic, to be the primary decision makers for the region. So that brings us to the Arctic Council, which is the region's premier forum for intergovernmental cooperation on issues of mutual interest. Most notably, the 2 areas where they've just really created the foundation for the Arctic Council were environmental protection and sustainable economic development. The Arctic Council is not a governance body because it was created through a ministerial declaration. So it's not a treaty, so it doesn't have the ability to create legally binding agreements, but it has been host to negotiations for binding agreements elsewhere. And some of the notable ones have been an agreement on search and rescue, another on scientific cooperation, one on oil spill response, and then this Central Arctic Ocean Fisheries Agreement, which is how it's commonly referred to as. So in 2021, this legally binding treaty, the Central Arctic Ocean Fisheries Agreement, came into force. And this agreement puts a moratorium on fishing in the high seas portion of the Arctic Ocean for 16 years, so that research can be conducted into the prospects of a sustainably managed commercial fishery in the region. This is really an example of a time where policy has been proactive in identifying an emerging issue, which was the potential for an unregulated fishery to emerge in the Arctic Ocean, and proactively engaged all relevant stakeholders to try to reduce that risk. So parties to this agreement include the United States, Canada, Russia, China, South Korea, Norway, Denmark, Iceland, Japan, and the EU. And it's notable that, so this does include Russia. The first conference of the parties is scheduled to be held next month. And as long as everybody can get a visa, they're all planning to attend. So it's also good to note these areas where we really need to be cooperating, and managing fisheries is definitely one of those things where it's in our interest. So it's notable that the Arctic Council is a consensus-based body with a chairmanship that rotates among the 8 Arctic states every 2 years. And it's really the most inclusive model for intergovernmental cooperation, because it gives Indigenous peoples a seat at the table, which you do not see in other places. They don't have voting rights, but they do have full consultative rights, and that's really taken quite seriously. In the Arctic, Indigenous peoples make up about an eighth of the population. So there's about 4 million people that live in the Arctic. About 500,000 of those are Indigenous. So they're quite a significant portion of the population, and they are the original inhabitants of the land. So that's a really important voice to be having in regional decision making. And it's another reason why the Arctic Council is such a precious body that we really need to be protecting as much as possible. The other categories of Arctic Council actors are observers, which have to meet basic requirements demonstrating their interests, and they have to be they become observers only through consensus, again, of the Arctic Council. And observers include non-Arctic states like China, Germany, France, the UK, but they also include intergovernmental and interparliamentary organizations, as well as non-governmental organizations. And there are also numerous working groups within the Arctic Council that are really the workhorses of the organization. And so the issues that they deal with are the ones of immense consequence to the people who live in the region, as well as understanding issues around transboundary risk. So how the war comes in is basically Russia was chair of the Arctic Council when they invaded Ukraine. And so the other 7 members basically said, okay, we need to pause this body because we're not going to give you this political platform and validate you in any way when you're just so violently violating the sovereignty of this, unprovoked, an unprovoked war. And so that they paused the body. Then, there was pressure because of just the urgency of the work that's done by the Arctic Council in a region that is changing faster than anywhere on Earth, especially for the inhabitants of the Arctic. A lot of the Indigenous peoples, for instance, were saying, you can't just stop this work. Like, we need to be able to make progress on these transboundary issues. And so the seven other countries aside from Russia said, okay, we'll do a limited resumption of Arctic Council activities only in working groups where the projects don't include Russia. But it's important to note here that all of these projects had been approved by the 8, so they weren't in any way, creating their own agenda or deviating from the agreed upon plan. But Russia still pushed back because of the idea that they, the groups that included them weren't doing work, and they have a very strong Arctic identity. And so there's a lot of ego that comes into their response as well. So the questions that are coming up now is basically, in May of 2023, Russia is supposed to hand the chairmanship over to Norway. There are procedural questions about how that might be done. There's usually a very high-level ministerial that occurs with the secretaries of state together in person in the host country. Clearly, Blinken will not be going to Russia be acknowledging Russia's chairmanship. So kind of what that looks like, the handover, there's a lot of questions there. And then it also ties into, Russia's, potential to disrupt this Arctic 8 construct. And that has big implications in terms of governance because, as I mentioned before, there has been a real desire among the 8 Arctic countries to be the primary regional decision makers. And so, including for international law, where they're actually looking at evolving the mandate of the Arctic Council to be able to do things like, implementing treaties in the region. So creating the management organization that will eventually come about, for the Central Arctic Ocean, or implementing the BBNJ, the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, that treaty in the Arctic. So they have to evolve to do that. If this Arctic 8 construct is disrupted, then that argument basically goes away, and those who have been building equities in the region who are not Arctic states, I'm thinking here of China, even the European Union, they have a stronger argument for why they should be included in greater levels of regional decision making. And particularly when it comes to China, because of a lot of the issues that we're dealing with them from a security perspective, there's a lot of very valid concern about what increased Chinese presence and ability to influence regional decision making would look like. So I'll just, last thing I'll note is, so we had the updated U.S. Arctic strategy, which just came out earlier this month. The first sentence in it is, the United States seeks an Arctic region that is peaceful, stable, prosperous, and cooperative. And that may sound like okay, this is like kind of a, fluffy first sentence. It's not. Like, it had to be debated, especially after the war began. Is this really, how we want to frame our interests? And the answer that they came to, this multi-agency process was yes.
About 40% of our landmass, and it almost covers the entire continental U.S. Our territory spans over 5 time zones. Its population is 50% indigenous, and in some region, it reaches closer to 85% indigenous. Canada is the second largest Arctic state in terms of area after Russia, which represents 25% of the global Arctic. So because of these and many other factors, the North and its people are a central part of Canada's reality and identity. So climate change in the Arctic is not something its population worry about for the future. They already experience it every day. The thawing permafrost will increasingly affect the stability of vital infrastructure, buildings, transportation, communications. It is also affecting food security. A decline in certain types of vegetation will disrupt the food chain. And it's also affecting traditional ways of lives of those indigenous peoples that I was mentioning. So including their hunting, fishing, and herding activities. So very much the activities that have sustained those communities for generations. And the opening of navigation routes, combined with an increased interest in natural resources in the region, will affect the fragile ecosystems. So these are just some of the effects felt in the Canadian Arctic today, and we can anticipate many more on the horizon as the seas continue to warm. So we can expect the Arctic landscape to continue changing for the next decades to come. So what is Canada doing to adapt, build resilience, and mitigate these effects in the Arctic? Well, our work is guided by our Northern and Arctic Policy Framework, which the government released in 2019. I have left on the tables outside a little postcard which gives you a link to the strategy for those who are interested in looking at it more in details. But essentially, the government of Canada is taking a whole of government approach to our priorities in the Arctic. But what's new with this strategy is that it was co-developed over 2 years in close collaboration with provinces, territories, and indigenous communities. And it will guide our work in the Arctic until 2030. And people and northern communities are really at the heart of Canada's domestic and international Arctic engagement. We understand that nobody has a better understanding of the North than those who live there, and nobody has more to lose than those whose lives are being profoundly altered by changes in the northern environment. So the framework recognizes that climate change is bringing changes to the region, and Canada's vision for its North is one where its people are thriving, strong, and safe. We have developed this policy with a focus on the people, inclusion, prosperity, health, security, and sovereignty. Our Arctic policy builds on existing Canadian initiatives that are already underway, looking at addressing climate change, including our Pan-Canadian framework on clean growth and climate change, and as well our Oceans Protection Plan. And when you look at the strategy, you will see that one of the goals in the document focuses specifically on maintaining a healthy and resilient ecosystems. Canada really wants to strengthen climate resiliency of its Arctic people. And given our extensive coastline in the Arctic, we are also championing international cooperation to protect the Arctic marine environment. We have already undertaken a number of activities, and I think about 14% of our coastline now is a protected area in the Arctic. It's something that we're quite proud of. And we're working with other governments to continue taking initiatives in marine protection. Other initiative that we are taking is to focus on clean technology development in the North. And there's many communities in the North who are currently moving away from diesel and looking at incorporating clean energy in their everyday lives, such as solar panels. Yes, it's dark half of the year up north, but during the summer, they take advantage of, the 24-hour sunlight to use those solar panels and stock energy. And of course, Marisol mentioned the Arctic Council, and we continue to be active in the Arctic Council, supporting different projects, looking at reducing black carbon methane emissions and other environmental protection initiatives. As Erin mentioned, what happens in the Arctic doesn't stay in the Arctic, and we recognize the fact that collaboration among partners at the international level is also very important. We need global solution to what is a global challenge. And we need to increase cooperation among governments at all level, but also with indigenous communities, scientists, private sector, and experts, both at home and abroad. And I can give you some example of the work that we're doing specifically with the US on how we're increasing this collaboration. Both of our countries recognize in our respective Arctic strategies that climate change poses a challenge both at home and abroad. And there's a lot that we can do together to tackle these issues, and there's a lot that we are already doing. When Prime Minister Trudeau and President Biden met in February of 2021, they signed a roadmap, which is an instrument of collaboration between our two countries. And in this document, they announced the creation of an annual Canada-US Arctic dialogue. And one of the pillars that this dialogue focuses on is environmental protection. So we have avenues where we can discuss how we can advance this issue together. Earlier this year, the Embassy of Canada hosted an event on climate, And Special Presidential Envoy John Kerry was a keynote speaker, and he mentioned at that event that the fates of Canada and the US are linked as we face similar challenges in the Arctic. And I totally agree with this statement. We share a very similar vision on the climate crisis for the Arctic region. And as you can see on the map, we are bound by geography. So it's only natural for us to work together. And we'll take this opportunity also to mention an initiative that Canada is spearheading at the moment. It's not Arctic specific, but it's looking at addressing the global climate security threat, which we recognize need to be advanced collectively for the benefits of all people. Prime Minister Trudeau announced at the NATO summit last summer, in June 2021, that Canada proposed to establish and host a NATO Climate and Security Center of Excellence. Again, this is not something that it's Arctic specific. We know that climate change is affecting the entire world. So this Center of Excellence will help to enhance collective understanding of the security impacts of climate change, and will facilitate the exchange of expertise and development of capabilities required to adapt and build resilience. And will assist its allies and partners with defense, climate change policy, and plans developments. So before I conclude, I would like to highlight a couple of takeaways. So as I mentioned, a collaborative approach to climate change and climate security is needed both domestically and abroad with our partners in the Arctic and beyond. And in this vein, Canada looks very much forward to work with the US as the US is looking at implementing its Arctic strategy. And we must keep in mind that the North has the youngest and fastest growing population in Canada. So we owe it to them to take action for their own future. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Eugenie. Yes, thank you. Well, let me open the session up to questions from you all, but let me just get a quick start to perhaps maybe each of our panelists can comment on this. The COP meetings are coming up next month. With the confluence of these reports that have come out, as Aaron mentioned, that paint a rather grim picture for world progress on meeting targets under the Paris Agreement. Does the COP meeting signal an opportunity for Arctic matters to be addressed, or will the COP meeting result in will it devolve into a finger-pointing exercise of who is to blame for not meeting their targets? And what is the consequence of a COP failure to really advance? What do you think the consequences will be for Arctic governance? Anyone want to take a stab at that over the panel here, and then turn it over to the group? Aaron, do you have any thoughts about this? Go ahead, Marisol.
Go ahead, and then I'll follow you.
Okay, go ahead, Marisol.
So I guess, so my impression at this COP, like that one of the most important things that will be dealt with is the financing of loss and damage. Again, like I mentioned, certain aspects of the Arctic are dealt with through, the UN, but like I mentioned, this idea that regional decision-making is primarily made by the Arctic 8 was specifically because they didn't want the UN to be making a lot of decisions for the region. There are certain things in terms of, like initiatives on black carbon reduction, which are really important because these are short-lived climate pollutants where we could see very quickly a lot of benefit if we actually made progress on this. And it's something that accelerates Arctic warming and melting because it's the dark, it's incomplete combustion of fossil fuels, so the dark color will settle from other parts of the world through long-range transport. It will settle on Arctic ice and snow and just further feed into these feedback loops. But I think that the loss and damage piece is really the more key issue that will be brought up, that from what I'm hearing doesn't seem like there's a lot of people aren't, thinking that there's going to be the level of financing present that we need. And I think there's a lot of risk associated with that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I don't have high hopes, frankly, for this COP making a lot of significant progress either on mitigation, right? More commitments to cut emissions, or adaptation and these loss and damage issues like Marisol's talking about, right? How do we deal with the threats that already are here and the countries that are suffering the most from climate change who put the least amount of carbon into the atmosphere, right? That's what the loss and damage conversation is about. I think it's going to be pretty contentious. I mean, the US and a few others have said, yes, we're willing to talk about loss and damage, but I don't think their willingness to talk is not going to be enough for the countries that are asking for this financing. I also think, against the backdrop of the ongoing crisis in Ukraine, and the tension between the US and China, right, that because of those geopolitical dynamics, making progress at COP on other things is going to be more difficult. And I think for the Arctic in particular, I mean, the two of you probably know better than I do, but I don't think COP is the best place to make real progress on some of the governance issues or some of the other challenges, just given how much else is on the table at a meeting like that.
Jenny, do you want to comment on the COP and the implications for the Arctic?
No, I think, as Erin mentioned, I think the discussions at COP don't specifically just only focus on the Arctic. It's very much a global approach on how we want to tackle climate change, climate financing, setting goals. But of course, the way climate changes affects Canada's north is always back of mind of our policymakers who focus on climate change issues. So let's hope that the next COP, brings some actions forward. Yeah.
Questions from the audience for the panel? Yes. Could you just say a word about? There's a microphone behind you. Could you say who you are and? Is it on?
Here we go.
I think we. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah,
I'm David Auerswald from the National War College. Hello, for those of you on the panel who I know. My question is about Arctic state preferences with regard to climate. As those of us who've studied the Arctic have sort of thought about over time, there's been this balancing act between economic development in the region and protecting the environment in the region. And different countries play that differently at different points in time. Now throw into that debate the energy crisis associated with the war in Ukraine and the cutoff of Russian supplies to Europe. How do you see Arctic states responding to all of that turmoil and those internal debates? Where do you think they're going to go? And I actually ask Eugenie to start with Canada. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
I knew that you would ask the first question, and that would be directed to me. Well, I think this is it's you pointing out at a very important issue. These are discussions that we have regularly with the U.S. government, and how do you balance economic development and sustainable development. And we hear more and more from Indigenous people that they want to be included on the table, be part of the solutions, and this is reflected in our Northern Strategy, as I mentioned. And we see more and more also Indigenous businesses getting involved in providing those solutions. And as I mentioned, we're looking at developing greener solutions, and a lot of the northern communities themselves provide the answers and are the first ones to step up. So I think reaching out that balance will involve that discussion. with local communities, Northerners, and the government. They need to be on board. The government itself cannot impose, a way forward. But with this Northern strategy that we put forward, there was a strong financial commitment as well. We are looking at developing infrastructure in the north, including broadband internet. And I know that this is something that is also reflected in the US Arctic strategy. And supply chains and resource development is quite front center in the discussion. We have critical mineral strategy in place in Canada, looking how this can be also used and developed in a sustainable way, working very closely with our partners. So these are, again, ongoing discussions on how we can work together with allies and see how we can respond to all those different challenges.
Anyone else on the panel? Erin, did you? Mariska?
Yeah, I can just, so obviously Alaska is very complicated and there's a lot of structural challenges. I mean, the reason we bought Alaska in the first place was basically for the resources. So their constitution even, kind of, which, I mean, it could be amended, but that basically requires resource extraction. And about 90% of Alaska's economy, their budget comes from fossil fuels. So it's extremely not diversified. They're going to need to evolve it and diversify. Certainly the energy crisis has put more pressure on some of the projects that are being looked at in Alaska that have been fairly controversial, where a lot of the kind of Alaska state reps are really pushing for some of these projects to come to light. And you just see those tensions playing out with some of the indigenous communities, and it demonstrates how not homogenous indigenous voices in the Arctic are, where you hear different arguments for, wanting to, develop some of these projects that may have certain environmental impacts, but the communities see that as the only option for being able to have development to modern standards. There's a lot of places in Alaska that don't have basic sanitation. So you just see the complexity of the decision making. There is something that's called the Alaska Just Transition, which is something that was really through coalition building this plan for trying to shift Alaska's economy. But at this point, it seems like, the short-term energy needs are really driving a lot of the decision-making. And of course, the interest in minerals, which, I mean, we basically don't have enough minerals for the energy transition that we are globally trying to develop. And so things like, the ability to recycle from electronic waste is going to be really important, as well as spurring innovation for non-mineral alternatives. So things like that are really important. And then I would just note, Greenland is really interesting to watch. They recently in April had an election, and it was really a referendum on uranium mining, which they banned. And Greenland is currently seeking independence from the Kingdom of Denmark. So they're trying to diversify their economy, but you see that those tensions playing out with, what are ways that we can diversify so we can have enough money to support ourselves and not be dependent upon Denmark, but also not compromising our food security and water security, especially because it's an indigenous dominant, entity. And they do a lot of subsistence hunting. And so there's a lot of issues with bioaccumulation of certain toxins into the fat of these marine mammals. And so there was one mine in particular that they voted down because of the potential for uranium to be exposed into the environment. But the government has been very clear that we're not anti-mining. We just want to make sure that, if this is going to occur in a place where there's sensitive, areas where we harvest animals, that's just not something that's in our interest. But it's about finding that balance. But then in the Arctic, it gets into all the infrastructure issues as well, the thawing permafrost. So it's immensely complex.
Yes, Ellen.
So my question is a little bit a corollary of the first one, and maybe you've already implied, but I wanted to see if we could pull out a little bit of some of these infrastructure investments are for the people who already live there. But I wonder if we could say objectively, neutrally, that the Arctic is becoming more habitable, of whether that is good news or bad news, whether we're seeing either voluntary, spontaneous migration north in the countries of the Arctic. And Erin, I wonder if we see globally that as people flee the places that are just not as viable as they used to be because of chronic flooding, et cetera. I mean, I know in very poor parts of the world, people can't buy a ticket and move to Canada, but whether movement north is part of the adaptation process, and are we seeing it within Canada? So is the government of Canada interested in sort of non-Indigenous folks setting up, businesses and enterprises closer to the Arctic? Is that part of the policy conversation, or is that something that really has to happen more spontaneously by, the will of the people? I don't know. Is there something there about would it be desirable for the Arctic region to have larger population?
Sure. I don't know the answer to the first part of your question, really, and I'll leave that to Marisol and Eugenie. On the second part around migration patterns more broadly, globally, I mean, one thing that I think is interesting in the United States is actually you still see a lot of more people are moving to Arizona in the Southwest still than are moving north, which is a bit counterintuitive, but that's what's happening now. Certainly, you see some preparations and discussion around the Great Lakes states, or where I'm from, Wisconsin, right, about how can we perhaps capitalize on movement. But I think that's still internal to the United States. I think globally, you still see most of the climate migration is happening from rural to urban areas within countries, right, and particularly stressed places. And then it can go from urban, internationally, but usually it's someplace close still for your first move. And I don't see, at least in the near term, large numbers of people really getting out of those kind of micro patterns locally for now. But I don't know about the Arctic more broadly.
I can maybe mention about the Canadian Arctic. I don't think we've noticing any trends of population moving up north. I think it's the opposite. As Erin was mentioning, the younger generations are the ones trying to go to the bigger cities, either for studies, for work. So it's the opposite trend that is happening now. Although a lot of communities are trying to generate employment opportunities for the younger people. I met with a Dene chief from British Columbia a couple of weeks ago, and she was saying how their community is actually investing in sustainable development, and an old gas well, they transformed that into a hydro energy facility. And they let and this project has attracted all the young Indigenous people from the community to return to the community after college, and they're the one managing that project. So it's create jobs for the young people, and it empowers them as being the ones leading on that project. So yeah, I think we may see in a few decades, maybe a return to the north, like a migration going up north, but not for the moment.
Yeah, and that's something that the Arctic Council was also going to be working on and is still working on, is a lot of these Arctic communities, the Arctic portions of countries like Norway, like Russia, are seeking to attract young people, to attract the workforce, to keep young people in the region. So that's something that is a big focus. And like Erin mentioned, I think it is kind of globally more intra-regional migration at this point, but it's noteworthy, from just looking at the amount of disruption, how quickly things are changing, the amount of disruption that we might be seeing globally within shorter timeframes than we had thought even a couple of years ago, that there could be more stressors. And you look at a place like Sweden, which absorbed a lot of refugees that were fleeing Syria, and just how immensely disruptive that has been, right? And they just had a recent election where a far right party got more votes than ever, yeah, and is having a very significant effect on shaping the new coalition that is for governing the country. And so some of the dynamics that we see in the Arctic in places like Finland and Sweden, Iceland, is that they are more ethnically and culturally homogenous. And so there's the very legitimate concern that they're afraid of having an influx of people who are different from them, who don't have an interest in becoming really, Swedish, right? Or like learning the language. And because they have relatively small populations and they all are small countries, they're afraid of losing some of that homogeneity. And so there are ways in which those, reasonable fears that I think could be handled well by responsible policy are preyed upon by political forces that seek to gain power, because it's so easy to appeal to people's fear brain, because it's just such a primal part of how we've evolved evolutionarily. So I think the Sweden case study is very interesting. And I think that is really a harbinger of what's to come if we do not sufficiently limit the amount of warming that we will see in the world, because of how much potential there is for migration within the next 20, 30 years.
Yes, Andrew.
Hi, everyone. I'm Andrew Arlotto. It's great to see some of you here who I know, and great to meet those who I don't. I'm a student here at Schar. So you guys have all made mention to it, but my question relates to broader inclusivity in the region and the issue of stakeholders versus right holders. And I'm curious how forums, Marisol had mentioned AC, but I'm curious, how forums like the Arctic Economic Council, Arctic Circle Assembly, and Arctic Frontiers are making a space for those most at risk in the region and for those who might not necessarily be involved in the policymaking process.
You want to take that on? Then
Let's see. So the list you gave are kind of is an interesting one. So the Arctic Economic Council is an independent advisory body that is it runs in parallel to the Arctic Council, but it's separate. And so that really represents, it was developed to bring together business interests from across the Arctic to try to facilitate economic investment in the region. So that has continued. That was not paused with Russia's war. Russia is chair. There's some really sketchy stuff around certain activities they've had, like they required all the businesses to download a Russian government software platform onto their computers. And one of those companies is the company that is installing fiber optic cable along the Aleutian Island chain. So it's questions. And let's see, and then Arctic Circle Assembly. So this is a private conference that was created by the former president of Iceland, Grimson, who was president of Iceland for 20 years. And it was really, it's really, was meant to attract people to Iceland and to leverage his political connections and business connections to be able to try to catalyze interest and cooperation on Arctic development. And so it is a great place for having lots of voices present. The issue is that it's very expensive. So when you think about access, it's not something that's accessible to, like, you know, have a bunch of people from indigenous communities in the Arctic to attend. It's very expensive. And Iceland's very expensive. They get you because it's very cheap to fly there. But once you're there, you have to eat and you have to sleep somewhere. So they're like, we got you, and you're on an island. So what are you going to do? So that's a thing. And then I think, and there's also been quite a bit of controversy over the way that he's handled this, because he's quite close with the Chinese government and has had there were some controversies just last week when we were there. And then Arctic Frontiers is, so that one is actually more associated with some of these development organizations for the region with government. And so that's also, you know, a really important convening space. It's really, really important. I think COVID drove this home, to be able to be together in person, you know, from across the Pan-Arctic region, because it's not just about having conferences where you can hear people's remarks. It's about the conversations that happen on the margins of the conference and the development of relationships. So, you know, even for somebody like, obviously I'm a white person in DC, I really try to take every opportunity I have to be able to speak with indigenous peoples in real life, and to show that, you know, to build these relationships and not have it be just like some tokenistic, like, oh, okay, I spoke with an indigenous person, like, check that box. It's not about that. It's about having a genuine interest in building these relationships and sustaining them over time. So having these forums is really important for having those voices, but access is really big in terms of financing.
Can I add something?
Yeah, go ahead.
So as Marisol mentioned, over the last few years, the interest in the Arctic has grown, and that's how we have seen a lot of those forums and platforms emerge, which allow a great opportunity to discuss the Arctic and some of the challenges and opportunities that, you know, brought by climate change and other issues. But Canada does recognize that the Arctic Council is the governance body for the Arctic region. You had asked about stakeholders, so I can maybe develop a little bit more on how Canada is working specifically with our own domestic stakeholders. As I mentioned, our Arctic strategy is a whole of government approach, and that we work very closely with provinces and territories. So as we were doing the co-development effort and co-drafting of the strategy with us, which lasted, I would say, two or 3 years, we created what we call the Arctic Cooperation Advisory Committee, which is composed of provinces, territories, and all the indigenous groups that represented the permanent participants at the Arctic Council. So the Canadian ones, the Arctic Athabascan Council, the Gwich'in Council International, and the Inuit Circumpolar Council. And this committee still continues to exist. The committee meets, I think, every 2 or 3 months. So it's we realized that it was a great mechanism to hear from the different stakeholders, keep them engaged, and now we are in the implementation phase of our strategy, and we continue consulting and working closely with all the different stakeholders domestically.
Can I jump in and kind of make a broader point here that I see with climate change writ large, so in the Arctic, but in other places, that it's creating this gap, right, between the institutions that we use to manage the international landscape, manage international community, and what the reality is on the ground. And you see that in the Arctic as the ice melts and the waters open and there's more commercial and military activity. I mean, are the institutions that we've used previously fit for purpose, right? The question comes up. And if you look at the national security strategy that was released by the Biden administration a couple weeks ago, one of the key themes in that is the geopolitical competition that we're in now. And one of the things we're competing over, the US with China and with Russia, is setting the rules of the road in some of these new domains, right? And I know there's debate about with the Arctic and with the existing institutions, whether they're sufficient or not. But I think you see a proliferation of institutions or different attempts by different actors to try and be leaders in those institutions, right? Because they want to be the ones who are setting those rules. And I think that it's important for the United States to think about our role, its role, and how it plays in these institutions or not. And if it's absent, what does that mean? And what does that open up? So I think there are broader geopolitical competition issues here that the Arctic is just a microcosm that we're seeing in other places as well. So I would offer that.
I had one.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, so just one other body that is important to note is the Northern Bering Sea Resilience Area. So this was something that was created by President Obama, and then it was rescinded under the previous administration, and then President Biden recently restood that back up. But what that does is create a tribal advisory council for the Bering Sea area, which is that area, off the west coast of Alaska between U.S. and Russia, that really brings to the forefront indigenous perspectives and this idea of not just consultation of indigenous peoples, but actually co-management, which is really a step above and beyond. And that language is included in the new U.S. Arctic strategy. And it is notable in terms of building the ability for indigenous peoples to have a greater role in managing resources that are under immense stress right now, as the Arctic Ocean is acidifying 4 times faster than the global ocean. There's a lot of issues that are hitting up against each other. So having this knowledge is really important for complementing Western science.
If I could just add one thing that sounds like is emerging here, Aaron, your remark about the adequacy of institutions and Marisol's previous comment about the effect, for example, of domestic politics, which may be completely unrelated to these questions that swirl around the Arctic, specifically immigrants from Syria, refugees from Syria, for example, that destabilizes domestic politics. We're seeing now a kind of disruption, a kind of reverberations of those disruptions across a whole slew of policy landscapes. So that, it's not probably quite right to say that everything is connected to everything else, but it certainly feels like that. And when there are these dynamics that come from unfamiliar or unusual places that have these consequences where one doesn't expect them, then it makes policy making and institution building really fascinating, but also very complex and difficult to do in ways that you can imagine steering us all toward a world of relative prosperity, relative lack of conflict and peace. And so that's one of the reasons that I think this panel has established a groundwork here for the discussions that we're going to be having in the next couple of panels throughout the day. So I think Eleanor, we've hit our time pretty much on the mark, I think. Okay, we've established a standard for the other panels to do is time management equally as on point as we have, so pat ourselves on the back. Take a 10-minute break, is that right? 10:30.
Please join me in thanking.
Thank you. It's good to hear. Good to have you both. Thank you.
Okay, we're ready to reconvene with panel 2. The topic of this panel is the international economic dimensions of the opening of the Arctic. So I think we'll hear everything from trade, the industries of the private sector, but also some of the basic realities of what it means and maybe what it doesn't mean in terms of long-term opportunities for the private sector and for economic actors of all kinds. I'm delighted to introduce my colleague, Ken Reinert, who's been the head of the Global Commerce Program here at the Schar School. A seriously well-published, well-established PhD economist who writes on development and globalization, and he will take the panel over at this point. So thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Ken Reinert, and as Ellen said, I direct the Global Commerce and Policy Program. I work in international economics. The closest I've been to the Arctic is Toronto and Montreal. So I am here in very much a learning capacity, and indeed this panel had a brief meeting previous to this online, and I can tell you that you will also be learning a great deal today. We have three speakers, and I'm going to introduce each of them just briefly. First, we're going to hear from Captain Lawson Brigham. He is a global fellow at the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars downtown, and a researcher at the University of Alaska Fairbanks. He is currently a member of the National Academies of Polar Research Board and a fellow of the U.S. Coast Guard Academy Center for Arctic Studies and Policy. He has spent time on 4 cutters, including a polar icebreaker, so he can give us perspective from the deck as well as from the policy realm. And you'll see at the end, he has a mountain named after him, which I think is probably not the case for most of us. And then we are going to hear from our colleague here at the Schar School, Ambassador Rich Kozlerich. He is a distinguished visiting professor here in the Schar School. He was National Intelligence Officer for Europe on the National Intelligence Council, Office of the Director of National Intelligence, and he received a National Intelligence Distinguished Service Medal for these activities. And I love these sorts of bios where it says, before that, he had a 32-year career in the Foreign Service. So a very deep background in international affairs that extends back some decades. And then third, we're going to hear from Lucy Duncan. She is founder and CEO of Safe Ports, which excels in logistics, trade zone and port development, port security, disaster humanitarian relief support, and other related services. There's a previous career at the World Bank and in Silicon Valley. I was part of another event with her on commercial shipping, and she is very well versed in this area. So we will also learn a great deal from her. We are going to start with Captain Lawson Brigham, and I'm going to try to keep the initial comments to 10 minutes or so in my timekeeping role. Ellen, is that good? And then we will open things up for questions and discussions. Thank you for being here for this second session. And Lawson, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm ready to go. Thank you, Ken. Can you hear me?
We can, and please proceed. Thank you.
Yeah, great. Thanks for the invite. Maybe a few comments, kind of 101 geography and some practical issues about this place. Here's a map of the Arctic Ocean, of the Arctic, with the sea ice, of course, stripped off it, just to show you the bathymetry and the broad continental shelves. And it's about 4,000 meters or 2 miles down at the North Pole. It's deep in the center of the basin, but 1/3 the depth of the Marianas Trench. So it's deep place, but mostly continental shelf around the margins. What's important to know is that it is not terribly small, 6 times larger than the Mediterranean, just to give a frame of mind here. Challenging place, challenging complexity of geography that drives the practical use of this place. If you see the red dot there between Svalbard and Greenland and the North Pole, then the blue dot up at the top there in Bering Strait, that's about 2,100 nautical miles. So the routes to the right along the Eurasian Arctic and the routes to the left through the Canadian Arctic are much longer. Along the Northeast Passage on the Russian Arctic side is about 3,000 nautical miles. So when you think about taking a ship across 3,000 miles of ice in the darkness of the winter, it does bring one pause to know to understand how this new ocean, bluer, but maybe not completely blue. It's ice covered 6 to 7 months out of the year through the century and beyond. I would say if there isn't any sea ice at the top of the world, we won't be worried about any of these issues, of course, because man probably won't be around with the high temperatures that it would take to melt the winter ice cap. Next slide. Just a slice of data over the past 40 years, and it's from the National Snow and Ice Data Center. We all know profound sea ice retreat driven by anthropogenic climate change, rising temperatures around the planet, now 3 to 4 times the temperature rise in the Arctic compared to lower latitudes. You can see in these two images, one to the left in the 80s and one to the right, 2020, at the minimum extent of sea ice. So the vast retreat has happened. The most extreme retreat has happened along the Eurasian Arctic, along the Northern Sea Route, the Northeast Passage, along the top of the Russian Maritime Arctic. But there's still ice, of course, mostly first-year ice, a little bit of multi-year ice that has survived the year. So there's profound sea ice change in extent and thickness and in the character of the sea ice. But nonetheless, the sea ice is retained through the fall, winter, spring, and early summer. Next slide. And just to remind us all that the place is ice covered. It is not ice free. It is bluer in certain times of the year and increasing marine access for sure. But these images are from passive microwave satellite sensors, false color imagery. The red, of course, is all ice, and the various colors represent percentage of ice. So for 2020, from November through June or July, the place is ice covered fully most of the time, or partially part of the time. As fully or partially, it's ice covered. So if you're going to use machines and large ships, they have to be ice capable if you want to use them during the ice season. Next slide. There's also another governance regime besides UNCLOS, and it's pretty seminal. It's the International Maritime Organization's Maritime Code for ships operating in the polar regions, called the IMO Polar Code. Here's the boundary. This is drawn by our State Department colleagues, and it gives an idea of the mandatory boundary. On the left there, 60 north, coming through Bering Strait. And then in the Atlantic side, this zigzag line that mirrors the North Atlantic drift of the Gulf Stream and the warmer waters. The line represents the historical maximum of sea ice. So we have this new mandatory boundary for ships over 500 tons. All commercial ships on international voyages, wherever they're headed, in and out of the Arctic, they must conform to a very complex set of safety at sea rules and regulations, maritime pollution regulations, and most importantly, standards of training, certification, and watchkeeping. Who is driving the boat and what are their qualifications for this unique and demanding part of the world? The Polar Code requires polar certificate, requires a polar operations manual, a whole host of requirements for all ships. Now, there are approximately 18,000 ships that go through the Suez Canal, or 18,000 transits are made, and 4 or 5 of those transits are made by ships that potentially can use the Arctic Ocean. Next slide. So just an overview of what's up in the top of the world that is of value to the planet. Both the Bering Sea and the Barents Sea represent about 10% of the world's fisheries, very productive areas. They're subarctic, or part of the Barents Sea, of course, is in the Arctic Ocean, but they're huge an important part of global fisheries. Hard minerals, nickel, 1/5 of the world's nickel is in Norilsk in the Russian Arctic. 40% of the world's palladium is in Norilsk in the Russian Arctic. Diamonds, platinum, zinc, 10% of the world's zinc is in Alaska. The estimated USGS numbers for hydrocarbons is that the Arctic Ocean and the Arctic at large is a gas province. About 30% of the undiscovered gas is at the top of the world within the Arctic boundary. And oil is only about 13%, fortunately off Alaska, in the Russian Arctic, potentially around Greenland, although it hasn't been discovered. Rare earths, coal, and importantly, fresh water might be a global commodity that could be shipped out or piped out of the top of the world to other areas on the planet. Tourism is connected, and regional trade, of course, annual supply of various communities around the Arctic Basin. Next slide. Just a picture, just to give you an idea of the kind of ships that are sailing in the Arctic Ocean today. This is an ice-breaking LNG carrier owned by the largest shipping company in Russia, Socomflot. The other 14 of these ships, which are carrying LNG out of Sibeta, Western Siberia, to global markets, all the rest of them are owned by private international shipping companies that are actually flagged by convenience flags around the world. But this ship is 1,000 foot long. So it's kind of like if anybody has lived in the Great Lakes, the large bulk carriers that sail on Great Lakes areas. It's a huge ship, hugely, very capable ice-breaking ship. Technology, just to give you an idea of the connections here, technology from Finland, ships built in Korea, owned by one Russian operator and international companies, including Chinese companies. Let me just summarize some of the factors that make this place hugely complex and great uncertainty for marine use. One, of course, the profound change in sea ice, increasing access. Two is the governance regime, the implementation and enforcement of the Polar Code. Three, perhaps the dominating driver, is economics, the economics of the global shipping enterprise and all its complexity and how to make money on a global shipping market. And of course, the global commodities markets and prices. And finally, the complicated geography of the Arctic Basin, the coastline, the changing geography under climate change, et cetera. So I'll leave it at that, a bit of 101 kind of overview, I think what Ellen was asking me for, and I'll leave it at that, Ken. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very helpful to me, at least, to get a sense of the scene. I'm going to ask Rich Koslerus to go next and give us a different perspective on this realm.
Try to get out of the way of the map and all. I've love to make presentations like this because I'm always finding new maps. So I will use some of my old maps to really set the stage here to talk about energy. One of the tough things, Ellen, thanks for this opportunity. You chose a bad day because the International Energy Agency is announcing the World Energy Outlook Report, which is going to be big stuff in the news today. So everything I say here can be overtaken by events. But I think that the major point that I want to start off with is that the global energy picture really lacks any stable policy environment. So what I taught the last time I taught my geopolitics of energy security class a year ago is going to be changed. So for those students in the audience who are looking for an elective, POGO 750 this spring, new story. But it's really kind of interesting. The Energy Information Administration of the Department of Energy is really the source of all things having to do with energy, and they're really up to date. In fact, just this morning when I came in, there was a piece on developments in the fracking business. Sorry. Okay. But this map from EIA is dated 2012. And that's the last time, and help me out, audience, if you can come up with something from them more recent than that. But that's the last time they really paid attention to this. And the reason I wanted to show this map is that we're really talking about in those brown areas where we know there is energy or where there is potential energy. And so what I'm going to try to direct our attention to really for the last part of my presentation is that East Barents Basin, because I think that's where the biggest energy policy issues and security issues are going to arise. So next slide, please. This is a little more complicated because I want to talk about Russia in particular in a minute. But if we look at this global context and the world economic energy outlook that was just published, it really sets the stage for an uncertain environment for fossil fuels. I mean, all we see in the headlines is what's the price of gas and what are the Europeans doing gasoline and what are the Europeans doing about natural gas? And markets are perverse places. And there were three stories that caught my attention yesterday. One, the price of natural gas in Europe, right? Worried about how we're going to keep warm, shutting down facilities and industries. The price of gas has plummeted. So much so that inventories are well above the normal level. Warm weather means that demand is off. And off the coast of Spain, there are a number of LNG tankers just kind of circling around because they don't have a place to unload the gas. Yeah. Second story was from Texas. And they were talking about the challenge that the Texas energy sector is facing now of too much natural gas. In fact, the price of natural gas when this article was written was negative because the infrastructure wasn't available to put this into the, if you will, the supply chain to Europe. Got it backed up there anyway, and we've got infrastructure problems of our own. So it's really hard from one day to the next to make markets tell you what's happening on a global basis. So anyone who really wants to follow what's going on in energy ought to read John Kemp, who's a Reuters energy reporter, best in the world, every day has a summary that I think is worth following. But he's been highlighting the uncertain nature of the future for fossil fuels, and that's really important for the Arctic, and particularly for Russia. Investment is not readily available, particularly for fossil fuels. It's going more to renewables. There's a whole question about tankers and pipelines and who's going to be paying for those in the future. And for the first time, at least that I've seen, the World Economic Outlook is talking about peak oil being within the next decade. And so you put all that together and you've got uncertainty in an energy market where it's going to be very hard, if there is a need for new investment in the Arctic in particular, to see where that money is going to be coming from. Russia. Another name, Thane Gustafson. Thane has written a book called Wheel of Fortune that goes back, I think, to 2012. He knows more about the Russian energy industry than anybody around. But he has a blog called The Devil's Dance. And he's talked about what the impact of Western sanctions have been on the Russian oil sector. You've had Western service companies departing Technology is no longer available. Imported equipment is no longer available. And the mobilization that Putin has announced has taken skilled workers out of the oil sector, and not sure where they're going, but they're not doing the job that they should be. And he describes a process where sanctions are not going to have this sudden shock and collapse effect, but there is going to be a process of decay. The Russians have decided, even before the war in Ukraine, to focus on new fields in the Vostok region, West Siberia. Could you flip next slide, please? I try to keep it simple. But basically what they're talking about is kind of the end of their West Siberian energy development, but still onshore, because they simply don't have the technology to develop deep offshore Arctic. But now with the sanctions, the cutoff of technology and financing, it's going to be very hard for Rosneft to develop these new energy resources. We talked about permafrost. I mean, the Russians are facing the reality of now having to develop energy in a totally different environment than they were used to. So what does this say about Russia's energy future in the Arctic? Probably steady decline in the West Siberian production areas, but offset with some increase in secondary fields, but serious delays in these new projects like the Vostok one because of domestic constraints. And that's where the peak oil issue hits Russian energy development, because if they're going to be pushed off 10 years, they may be trying to raise money and develop resources for which there is not the market today. So what are the Russians saying about gas production? One expert has said that the infrastructure in Russia doesn't allow easy shifting from Europe to Asia. New pipelines take years to build, and China is an uncertain partner, both as a developer and a customer. Domestic demand for energy is way down in Russia itself. And so what are the Russians? It's like the Texas situation I described. The Russians have two choices: flare the oil or shut wells down. And that's kind of where they are. Okay, last point I wanted to make is I'm kind of geographically challenged because I want to go in the direction of Greenland and Norway, and I don't know if that's east or west or where you end up. Next slide, please. So why plucky Norway? Why are they so important? They've become the largest source of gas in Europe, replacing the Russians this year. Historically, they've provided about 23% of the EU and the UK's gas demand, but that's gone up, particularly in 2022. And they have considerable resources if they're able to develop them, if they choose to develop them in the high north. So you have Norwegian gas replacing Russia gas in the European market. And here's where I think it's important for this discussion here to consider the national security implications of that, both for Norway, Europe, and the US. Remember the explosion on the Nord Stream 2 pipeline? That happened either the day before or the day after the opening of this pipeline from Norway to Poland, which happens to cross the Nord Stream track as well. Was there signaling going on with our Russian friends? The Norwegians have been arresting people accused of espionage on behalf of Russia. They've cited drones flying over their offshore energy platforms. Next slide, please. And so, you can, this Baltic pipe that I mentioned.
What is it?
Existing pipeline facilities from their developments are very, very vulnerable. If the Russians choose, if they haven't already, to disrupt energy infrastructure, this would be, I think, the place that they would choose to develop this. So what does it mean for the U.S.? watch COP27 and how much effort we put into renewable energy. And fossil fuels, you know, I love Alaska and its energy resources, but where are ExxonMobil and Chevron going? Guyana. That's where the development is going to be, lower 48, other places in the Western Hemisphere. So.
Thank you very much for that and the really interesting maps. I'm trying to get used to looking at these maps from the polar perspective. It's taking me a little while. Lucy Duncan, next.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. Can everybody hear me all right?
We can, yes.
Brilliant. Well, I'm sorry that I'm not there with you, but I am also not in Alaska like our dear friend Captain Lawson. I'm down here in sunny South Carolina, enjoying perfect weather and just imagining what it would be like to be at the North Pole. I have a nephew who's actually been there, so we can at least get that block checked in our family. My background, as you heard before, is very much in seaports and in shipping. I am the CEO of a company that works a lot for the US government in mission critical situations globally, handling logistics and humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, and all of those sorts of fun things. Our company is headquartered at the Port of Charleston, where my family have been the harbor masters since Charleston was a colony. It's an inherited position. So it gives you an idea that I definitely have a lot of salt water in my system. I was invited by your wonderful school to speak when March of 2021, global attention was focused on the mega container ship Ever Given when it became stuck in the Suez Canal. And I enjoyed that conversation so much with all of you because I saw the problem as a failure on so many levels that as we took it apart like baklava, we could see the first error was weather. The second error was the government of boarding the ship to get it through. The third, of course, was it getting stuck. And then the fourth was the litigation that followed that cost everybody a lot of time and money. The good news that came out of that, of course, is that the Evergreen drew attention to the fact that the Suez Canal widening process needed to be expedited. And so now we're looking at seeing the Suez finish that widening process of 30 kilometers of the canal in 2023, which is just around the corner. When the Evergreen became stuck in the Suez, President Putin and his ministers were quick to say Russia's North Sea route, that NSR, and the entire length of the Russian maritime Arctic were now open for global shipping, and alternative methods across the Suez, coming out of the Suez, across the top of Russia would be shorter, safer, and more efficient. That was their argument. I disagreed with that argument then. I disagree with it more now, because as Captain Lawson was drawing your attention to, there's two things that people in shipping, well, everybody in shipping thinks about. The first is the time to get from point A to point B. And the second is the distance to get from point A to point B. And those two things need to line up just right. The distance in mileage may actually be shorter. I mean, you may look at Northern Europe to Shanghai and say, well, that's 3,000 nautical miles shorter if you don't go through the Suez, but it's actually longer in time. And the reason for that, cold water causes ships to go slowly. And you cannot predict the ice in that region with any degree of certainty, so you must go slowly. So you may have cut the mileage distance, you did not cut the time distance. The other thing that I think a lot about when people talk about shipping, if you're not in the business of shipping, you're thinking shipping is shipping. No, we have what we're talking about now with the Russians and what they've been doing in moving their big gas tank ships that we were just looking at, the largest, across to their markets, their Asian markets and other markets. that is fine. I think there are about 16 ships now applying that for that purpose. These are ships that do have ice-breaking capability, or they are escorted by ships with ice-breaking capability for safety at all times. But if you look at cargo container ships, this is not viable. It will never be viable. I can tell you that today. It will never be viable. And the reason for that is the contents inside of those containers, first of all, are not well suited to the climate that the ship would have to go through for any period of time. You're going to see a lot of damage to the contents inside of a container. The second problem is that if you were to have extreme weather on that voyage, which certainly happens in all parts of the world, but certainly in the North Pole would be worse, containers fall off of ships, and they fall off very quickly. They're like dominoes. If that ship tips, you can actually see everything on top slide into the ocean. The third, and this is an area that I care very, very deeply about, has to do with the heavy fuel, the bunker fuel that these ships use to do their transits currently. If they were to ever hit an iceberg, and these ships are not set up for ice-breaking conditions, that's not what they were designed for, the oil spill would be almost impossible to clean. And the economic and environmental damage to be done would be disastrous for all concerned. One thing about shipping companies, they like to mitigate their risk. So knowing that they don't have an alternative fuel to go to, knowing that they could lose their cargo, knowing that the time would be longer, there's no compelling argument to go via the North Pole versus the Suez. And in 2023, when the Suez widening is completed, they will have doubled the capacity through the Suez. So the time to get through the Suez will be expedited, and the markets are already there. There's another reason, and this is a reason we talk about container shipping as such a great business, is because the container ships today will call on multiple ports. They will call on ports to pick up cargo, and they call on ports to get rid of cargo, to offload their cargo. There's not a lot of ports to call on in this part of the world. So that ship is not making money by stopping imports and loading and unloading until it gets back to where it would normally go, whether it's on the US West Coast or wherever it's heading. So again, the route is not viable for that reason also. So when I think about this, and I think, why would people think that with the environmental uncertainties and the economic limitations and the navigation considerations, why would anybody want to sail through this hazardous region? There's very few global shippers that could ever survive such unpredictability of sea ice and the high risks of Arctic navigation. Another point that our colleague Captain Lawson brought up was the crew and the extremely important training that they would have to have in order to even be licensed to sail through this region. There's not a lot of people going for those licenses. And so a shipping company, if they were to try this route thinking they could make it economically feasible, would soon find that their labor shortage would be extremely hard to fill, and therefore their labor cost would be great. So I think from all the things I've just shared with you, the other piece that we don't talk about either is search and rescue. What would happen if one of our big shipping companies were to hit an iceberg, were to be losing oil, were to be in a really precarious situation? How long would the crew on that ship be able to survive before a search and rescue operation could be undertaken to save lives and get them out of that situation? And how would you ever move the ship, given what you've seen with other ships in the Mediterranean, others that have had accidents, how hard it is to move that ship in the situation that it gets itself into. So I don't mean to be the person that says, no, it can't be done. Of course, we're full of inventions and things that we can do in the future. So I look at that again and I say, all right, what would we have to do to replace the bunker oil for shipping? And this is a very important question too, because it also affects shipping now into the EU. There's a huge push to look at the carbon footprint in the world of shipping and logistics. And I am 1,000% on board with what's happening. I think it's terrific. But is it realistic to imagine that we can make such a change rapidly enough to make a difference in the near term, meaning next 5 years? The answer will be in fits and starts. There is a company right now that took 12 years to develop their technology at Oak Ridge National Lab. They are finally underway building refineries, I call them refineries, in the Dominican Republic, taking the the landfill waste and converting it into fuel. They are doing this right now with a 25-year concession from the president of the Dominican Republic. They went in to do 3 such sites. What they are producing is 100% pure diesel fuel. That diesel fuel has already been purchased by British Petroleum to be sold to Mediterranean shipping or other shipping companies calling on the Mediterranean, because it actually gives them a negative carbon footprint on their fuel consumption. That company is going to expand rapidly, I'm sure, in the Dominican Republic and other countries which are looking for waste to fuel, which can produce carbon negative fuels. Here in the United States, there's 7 companies that are actively doing similar work, although they have not gotten to the carbon negativity that the group in the DR has, but they are developing this for air cargo transportation. And I'm sure they're going to succeed wildly. There are other companies doing work in Europe. Last week, Schenker Air, it's a major air cargo company, flew from Frankfurt to Shanghai on the first synthetic aviation fuel for cargo. It's amazing. So I would be watching things like this that would say, all right, well, that could mitigate a fuel spill, but it doesn't mitigate the other argument, because there aren't enough ports, there's not enough trained workers, there's so much uncertainty and so on. So I think in my closing comment, I would say that the Arctic is safe from the container cargo shipping industry from now, definitely through the end of my lifetime. And I would just think that the watching of what's going on during this retreat of sea ice, I would think that the Russian Arctic Marine will be driven by its own international commodities price, as the ambassador said, and the economic dictates of their global shipping enterprises. Both will be inextricably linked to global responses to climate change. And I'm seeing this energy transition occur. And I do believe that in the energy transition, it will be fascinating to see what other innovations are coming forward that we haven't even thought of yet. So thank you again for having me.
Thank you very much, Lucy. We are next going to open things up to questions. And if you want to direct your question to a particular panelist, please feel free to do so. And let's use the microphone back there so everyone can hear you. Questions from anyone? Carter, you're on then. Carter has a long list.
Not that long. Hey, my name is Carter Coudray. I'm a student here at Schar. Thank you for doing this. A lot of the industries that we've talked about today as being ones of long-term interest in the Arctic are extractive ones that are highly reliant on physical capital. A question that I have is whether that is sort of the only economic future for the Arctic, one that is highly extractive, highly focused on machines as opposed to developing human capital. And I guess that can go to anybody.
Lawson, do you want to start on that?
Sure. I'll say the mineral wealth at the top of the world is the greatest on the planet, particularly in the Russian Arctic, but also, in Baffin Island, the largest high quality iron ore mine in the world. So in my mind, it is extractive industries, as you say, and it is bulk carriers carrying that stuff out of various areas of the Arctic basin. It's the only way to carry this well, the real way to carry oil and gas, of course, is by pipeline, but in some areas, the remote areas of the world, can't use a pipeline. So you have to use a bulk carrier to carry these minerals. I believe the long-term future of the Arctic is in minerals, hard minerals extraction, not necessarily coal, of course, but the nickel, palladium, high-grade iron ore, zinc, all of that, and maybe fresh water, because the long-term future of coal, oil, is kind of bleak for the Arctic, competing on global markets with mitigation and adaptation measures being taken. Maybe gas out of the Arctic is longer term through the century, or at least after 2050. But for the Russians, 2040 is really a year where oil and gas, probably out of the Russian Arctic, will not be favorable. But anyway, I believe top of the world, it's all about mineral wealth, hard mineral wealth, fresh water, et cetera, to global markets in the future.
Lawson, could I just ask if you could follow up with something about rights to those minerals and whether there are any conflicts over those rights that we should be aware of?
Well, the conflicts might be internal in the Arctic states between the indigenous people and the rest of the national, electorate. But no, there are no real conflicts because all of these minerals are under the sovereign state control, offshore, at least out to 200 nautical miles or maybe beyond, and onshore. So this stuff is not a global commons, as some people think. It's, in fact, under the very tight control of all of the 8 Arctic states, including the offshore. So I think I don't think there's direct conflict as some might expect.
All right, thank you very much. Rich, do you want to add anything to that?
Well, only to pick up on Lawson's last point, and I think the fact that Canada and Denmark have settled their border issue, Norway and Russia had set, about a decade ago, settled their border issue. There really aren't any sort of contested areas like we see in the Eastern Mediterranean or other places around the world where oil and gas are being developed. I think the question is who's going to invest in this region, particularly in Russia, under the circumstances of sanctions and the likelihood that that is not going to change within the next 5 years, I'd say.
That's the ultimate question for sure, is investment, international investment, which the Russians require. Also, technology transfer is another big issue. I think 5 years might be optimistic. 10 years beyond, of course, it all relates to how long Mr. Putin is in command in the country. So I think it's a long-term investment in the Arctic. At least multinational investment, particularly in Russia, is really a stretch for the near term.
Are there particular players, particular multinational enterprises or sovereign entities that we would expect to be trying to invest in these minerals? Lawson, is there anything that you know on that realm?
Well, you got countries from Australia as a big investor in minerals around the world, including their own, of course. Chinese, Japanese, and Korean interests in the Russian Arctic. But again, those are at bay because of the war in Ukraine. Investments in Alaska and foreign investments in Alaska would be probably welcome, depending upon where it comes from. There have been investments in Canada, or proposed investments by China in Canada in mining, and those have been foreclosed or at least stopped by the government. So it's interesting international complex of investors and how they might take the risks of working up in the Arctic.
Richard, you had your finger
Yeah, I was
halfway raised there.
halfway raised, just on the China point. I mean, there's always a sense that China does everything for political reasons, and therefore, why wouldn't China be willing to cooperate with the Russians in developing these resources? And I think, they have a profit motivation. They're not going to give money away. And up to this point, they've just not been willing to take the risks that would be involved in developing either energy or minerals. I think Greenland may be an interesting case to see what the Chinese, in fact, are doing there. That would be more concern to me than what we might think they would do with Russia.
All right, thank you. Another question? Yes, please.
Testing. Okay. Thanks so much. My name is Will. I'm a student at Schar, and I had a question, I guess, building off of Chinese involvement in the Arctic. In the last week or so, there were some pretty severe export controls that were laid on China. And I know, there's still a debate in DC about how, are we heading towards decoupling or not? But say you move away from the profit motive more to China is completely cut off from, say, critical minerals in Australia, and Russia is the only place where they can source a lot of these. Do you then think in kind of more that national security environment where they just need access to these things, you might see more sustained Chinese investment in Russia? If you could just elaborate on that a little bit more.
Rich.
Look, I'm not a China expert, so you can discount anything I say in this regard. But I think President Xi's speech, where he emphasized, economic security, national security overall, there may be unanticipated developments that past performance wouldn't necessarily explain. So I think it would be important to see whether there is a change in orientation on the Chinese part to start treating their, if you will, their investment activity in places like Russia more as a political question than as a commercial question, as it seems to have been up to this point. So all I can say is watch what happens over the next 6 months or a year to see how this plays out in terms of Chinese foreign policy, but also economic policy.
Thank you. Lawson or Lucy, do you want to jump in there at all?
Yeah, because what I'm thinking about has to do with future energy sources. And there's a lot of talk about magnetic energy. And I don't know enough about the mining of certain things in this region. But for example, when we were working in Afghanistan, Afghanistan had pure metals, which are very, very desirable for this particular energy resource. But really iron, cobalt, nickel, and I don't know how you say this one, gadolinium, are they found in this region? Because these are the minerals for future energy resources, which will be in very, very high demand and very hard to find. So I'm really asking my panel, we talk about the traditional mining elements, but I'm thinking more toward the future in the green and blue energy sectors. Are any of these available to be mined in the region? And I'm not speaking Russian region.
Lawson, do you have any sense of that?
Well, certainly the rare earths, as they're called, China, we all know, has dominance, or at least has the largest supply of rare earths in the world. But it's estimated that a quarter of the rare earths are up in the Arctic, not necessarily in the Russian Arctic, but in Greenland and northern Canada and Alaska. So it is a factor. You think about nickel as an important commodity in the world, and although 1/5 of it is in Russia at Norilsk, nickel is very important to the future of batteries for sure around the world.
Mm-hmm.
So, and nickel is now produced in Indonesia as a big producer and other countries. But I think that some of these strategic minerals, hard minerals in the Arctic, although maybe in smaller concentrations, will become more valuable in time and more valuable on and important to markets not necessarily attached to attached to China. So
Mhm.
the,
This is why
strategic.
go
Yeah.
ahead.
No. Go ahead.
But this is why I love this conversation, and I'm so fascinated with what we're discussing today. We can see that the United States is moving slowly toward adaptation of more of the green energy, blue energy thinking, slowly but surely. But the problem is that a lot of that energy source, like we just saw in Florida with Hurricane Ian, is that the solar panels were completely ripped off and destroyed and made a mess everywhere. So there's going to have to be a different approach if we are really ever going to move further and further away from our trusted known entity fossil fuel. And that's when I think about this region that is so untouched and so pure and so beautiful. The idea that there could be the future could be underneath some of the ground there. And that's why I look at what's going on with turning, the landmass of bio waste, this garbage, including plastics, into pure diesel fuel. I think about it in these terms to say, well, what do we not know about where we are working? And in that regard, it's not about the shipping. It's not about the receding of the sea ice. It's truly about the focus on the region. And I think a speaker in an earlier panel was talking about attracting young people back to want to work in the region and why. And I think there could be some synchronicity here. The shipping of these minerals is also not nearly as difficult because you're not moving large amounts of these minerals at any given time under the current paradigm. So the exploration could probably be done quite carefully. But that's what I was asking, is having to do with what are the future needs in a green energy business environment going to look like, and where should that exploration be taking place?
Lawson, do you want to respond to that before?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right, except that probably for the decades ahead, it's still very costly. It's the tyranny of distance, in this place at the top of the world, and the extraordinarily cold environment. Yeah, the place is warming, but it's still extraordinarily cold at -50 in some places, right? At the top of the world. So all of those practical issues of extraction, which probably in most places, like even in the Red Dog mine in Alaska, the extraction occurs during the year, but the movement of it is just during the summertime to the port, Kivalina, and then bulk carriers come. So it's really cost of
and logistics.
Yeah, and logistics, but I think the logistics can be overcome if you look at it on a seasonal basis.
Correct.
And
I do too.
for the shipping thing, I mean, the world focuses on articles in the New York Times and The Economist about transarctic shipping, when really it's all about what we call destinational shipping, up and out.
Yes, export.
And so that's shipping, and it can be done seasonally and likely profitably, where you stockpile whatever, high-grade iron ore, zinc, or whatever. Can be done year-round. LNG can be moved year-round, we think, out of the Russian Arctic to China, even through Bering Strait. But really, it's seasonal transport systems, which are probably most effective and profitable. So it's a cost of development. But I still believe that these minerals will increase in value to the world, and if they're sitting in the Arctic, particularly in the Russian Arctic, but in Greenland in particular as well, there'll be much more attempt to extract them.
Right, Todd, we've got a question that came before you, right behind you, so I'll take it in order, and then you'll be next.
Hi, Dave Arswald from National War College. My question is for Lucy and maybe Lawson, with regard to insurance rates for shipping in the Arctic. I'm not talking about container ships here, but I'm talking about bulk carriers or LNG carriers. The combination of extreme weather and geopolitical uncertainty in certain parts of the Arctic would suggest insurance rates are astronomical. Is my intuition correct? How are shipping companies dealing with that? Over.
Lucy, do you want to go first?
I'll be happy to go first. Extremely high and extremely difficult to find. First of all, the hulls of those ships have to be icebreakers probably to even get insured. Or at that level of Arctic 7, I think it's called. If the ship is not, and it does not have a full escort of such ships to move it through, it's not going to get insured. So I would say the insurance is extremely expensive. The time of the year would govern it. The route you're planning to take would govern it. The staff on board the ship and the licenses that they carry would, and of course the ship itself in terms of its ability, if it has been manufactured for this reason. If I was to take any of the, I know you weren't asking me about this, but if I was to take any of our container ships, none of them would meet the requirements to go through. So we're only talking about those which would make that. Now, right now, as we mentioned, there's 16 or more of them that are going through that, the Russian side of the passage. I think there was about 70 or 100 such passages since 2021. That route has opened up a lot. There's been a lot more activity there. These are non-US ships, of course. So they are either flagged to countries that are there for that purpose, such as Panama, or they are local ships that are just plying a similar route, as Captain Lawson just said, that are specific to that export or destination type shipping. So the cargo is insured for that trip, the ship is insured for that trip, and everybody keeps their fingers crossed that it's still profitable.
Thank you. Todd?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Lawson, did you want to add in there?
yeah, sure. No, I agree with Lucy on all of these issues. I think the IMO Polar Code is seminal as a governance regime, and it sets standards for shipping that the insurance companies, which are really the controllers of this business throughout the globe, the insurance companies now have standards of which have to be met to insure the ship, like having certificates, the classification societies, ship classification societies, classifying the ships and providing the surveys, et cetera, et cetera. All of those practical issues now must take place for the ship to be insured. So it is I think, although imperfect, the Polar Code, it doesn't cover black carbon and some other things that are coming. It really is a seminal governance and controller on the types of ships that must meet high competency of the navigators and high marine pollution standards, and also, of course, safety at sea standards.
Thank you. Todd?
Since the prospect for shipping doesn't look great for a number of reasons that all of the panelists have talked about, I wonder if, but because the Arctic region is not just about the Arctic Ocean, it's also the the land mass around it that may be interesting from a mineral exploitation point of view or oil and gas extraction. Does the permafrost problem and the infrastructure that would be required to access those resources on a commercially viable basis, does that pose a significant problem? Or I don't know if shipping includes, in your minds, building roads in permafrost areas where permafrost is melting, or not. But it strikes as a possible alternative for more intensive exploitation of resources in that region.
Lawson, permafrost?
Yeah, sure. It's a good question. All of it's tied, shipping, coastal. It's really about the coastal zone and coastal regions, which are under great change with permafrost thawing. A good question is the relationship of all the infrastructure. We heard some numbers earlier about the impact of changing permafrost on all of the infrastructure. It is all tied together. There's great risk, and the future is unclear about the supporting infrastructure, particularly ports, et cetera, and how they relate to global shipping related to the Arctic. So it's a good question.
I would love to jump in, not from the permafrost perspective, but just to explain a little bit about how logistics works and how We look at dollars involved in investment. So when one thinks about cargo moves of any kind, whether it's bulk, it could be vehicles, ro-ro, it could be any kind of cargo, you think, first of all, what is the infrastructure for the ship to come into that port safely? And what is the infrastructure for that port, that ship to be able to turn around if there's an emergency at the port and get out? I began my career with the Port of Miami. And in Miami, we had to deal with a turning basin that perhaps was not large enough for the cruise ships that we wanted to bring to the Port of Miami. When you look at the connectivity of what it is that ship is coming in to pick up or drop off, absolutely your highway, bridges, all of that infrastructure matters, as well as the onshore workforce. But most importantly is the demand. If the demand for the ship to come in is only to pick up one load of cargo and go move it again, that ship is going to charge extraordinarily high rates to do so, because otherwise that cargo can't get out, and they know it. We saw this a lot when we were dealing with Afghanistan. We would come into the port of Karachi, but when the Taliban realized they could close off the highways and bridges to get us to the port of Karachi, we were beholden to get those 20,000 shipping containers to the war fighters. And I will tell you, our State Department and DOD folks had to work some miracles to get that line of operation reopened at very high risk. Then that meant a lot of money. So when we think about the infrastructure regarding any seaport, you have to look at it first from the captain of the ship's perspective and then the on-ground perspective. And if those two things don't match up, you don't have business. I'll give you one more anecdote. We were invited to go to Egypt by the Egyptian Navy to look at developing a port close to the Libyan border. And the reason was that we all knew that once things settled down in Libya, we'd be exporting lots and lots of good things, and lots of good things needed to be brought into the country. We started exploring that, I think, 8 years ago. We still haven't moved on it. And there's a reason for it. The business isn't there. So demand for dollars is always very, very high in the logistics industry. And the shifting of whether or not, like someone was talking about earlier, do we need to ship as much fossil fuel around right now because climate's warmer? Amazon is laying people off right now. FedEx is laying people off right now. So we're seeing a lot of change in the uncertainty in the global economy, which does not portend well. The closing piece of that, though, if it is a military operation, i.e. mission critical, that we must be there for some specific reason, there's no one better than our own US government at mobilizing those resources and making magic happen. We've been in Guam now for many, many years. And even when Little Rocket Man was threatening to blow us all up, we didn't care. The mission overran why we were there. So I would just say, if you saw a military issue coming up, forget everything I just said. If it's purely commercial, you can bank on it.
Ken, I had another point.
Go ahead, Lawson.
Yeah, back to Todd's original question, a practical issue. While, of course, we all know that there's greater marine access in the ocean because of the retreated sea ice, there's less terrestrial access because of permafrost. In Alaska here, they don't have the same number of days for exploration on the tundra, so to speak, the frozen ground, because that window of time, that season of exploration is decreasing because all the tractors and equipment don't work well in the thawing permafrost. So there's a practical issue all along the Russian Arctic and throughout the whole of the Arctic land side, where access is more difficult and challenging because of the extraordinary thawing of permafrost. Just the practical.
Thank you.
Good point. Good point.
Other questions? Carter, did you have a second one there?
Yeah, building off of some of the stuff that was just said, it seems like it's important to accelerate shipping out of the industry. You need to have a significant proportion of minerals to actually stock these ships. The more stock these ships are, the cheaper shipping, at least for the companies that are shipping out of there. And it seems to achieve that scale. We've talked a lot about how these extractive industries, yes, they're fiscal capital dependent, but they need laborers, they need people. And we've also heard about how people are leaving the Arctic. So a question I have is there any company or state or country or even just individual policy that has been successful in drawing human capital and labor to the region as we talk about the long-term economy in the Arctic?
Maybe Lawson on that one?
Well, a good example, a very positive example, is the Red Dog mine in Alaska, one of the largest zinc mines, one of two of the largest zinc mines in the world, driven by investment, owned by indigenous corporation, connected to global shipping in the summer. And so it's a great example of how all of these factors can mesh in the Arctic. Likely, this mine will last for 50 years. There was some thought that maybe the production would be ramped up and more of the zinc would be carried across the Russian Arctic and around the world. But that's not the case. I think the corporation, NANA, wants to milk this out for 50 years, keep the production the same, but it's been very lucrative for the shareholders for Northwest Alaska. So it's a great example, positive example, where it can be done.
And anything with regard to the human capital dimension on that?
Well, a lot of training programs. The jobs are mostly for the local people in the region, who mostly are indigenous people. And so it is a very, very good example of how productive and valuable industry can take place in the Arctic related to extractive minerals.
Thank you. Other questions from the audience? Am I allowed to ask a question? This is, my trade policy hat. So in trade policy, we talk about trade in goods, the container ships, and trade in services. And one small component of trade and services is tourism services.
Yes.
So my question is, obviously we've got permafrost issues on land, but receding ice. Is there some prospect for increased tourism services in the region? Lawson, you're our Arctic guy, maybe?
Well, even non-ship issue is everybody in Europe, well, not everyone. Why did they go to Iceland? Iceland's a hot spot in the dead of winter. See the aurora borealis. So that's an example of tourism in the winter. All the ship stuff is summertime. We have now a new French ice class 3 ship that has been to the North Pole, carrying well-heeled passengers to a trip to the North Pole. It has been really Russian nuclear icebreakers carrying tourists to the North Pole, but now it's a French cruise ship. So you can go for 40, 50K to the pole if you want to do that on a French ship that is truly an icebreaker, just not necessarily like the
No pun intended.
icebreakers. But so sure, tourism is a niche. Global tourism is one of the largest businesses on the planet, right? After oil and shipping and a few others, tourism is big time. And it's a niche market, at least on the maritime side in the Arctic. And so that there's a growth industry there. It's really seasonal because you can't operate there easily with the ships. And what's there to see when it's, except for the borealis in the middle of winter. So it's very niche. I would call it a niche a part of the global tourist industry, but it is an area of growth, greater access to see these vistas. The price is coming down on many of the cruise ships to take a trip up in the Arctic and also to the Antarctic. So it's a plausible industry. The landside tourism in northern Finland and Sweden is well developed in Norway. Could be more well developed with access in the Russian Arctic, but that's to be seen. And Alaska, of course, has its winter and summer big time. Tourism is one of the major industries in Alaska. So it's very visible in the Arctic and seasonal mostly. But important industry for the top of the world.
Thank you. Ellen, how are we doing? Did we do an okay job? All right. Thank you, panelists.
We did better than Todd.
Thank you to our panelists for being with us today, both in person and remotely. We greatly appreciate it.
It was most appreciated. Thank you for having us.
Lawson and Lucy.
Thanks.
And thanks for your masterful presentations. I think we really learned a lot. I'm glad the tourism question, and I wanted to ask, where would you want to build ports if you had the chance, since it's a very scarce infrastructure there. What's happening now is we have a break until 1 o'clock for lunch, but as the lunch gets set up, I encourage you to grab lunch, chat with your friends and make new friends, either here on the round tables or the terrace off the front door looks quite glorious today. So enjoy the outside if you'd like, but please be back at 12:15. 12:15, I'll be introducing Professor Mark Katz, and we'll have Andrei Todorov coming in from Harvard's Belfer Center to talk to us about the Arctic as an issue in US-Russian relations. So half-hour break, and then eat your lunch during that half hour if you can, and please be back by 12:15. Thanks. Okay, I think I made a strategic blunder when I said the people could go outside to eat their lunch because people are enjoying the good weather, but I hope they'll make their way back in quickly. When we were brainstorming on this program, a few people, including our colleague Rich Kozlerich, said, really, you could frame the whole discussion as a US-Russian problem set, if you will. I think we took a much broader perspective for most of the day, but we have a wonderful opportunity now to have a conversation between an American-Russian expert and a Russian Arctic expert. And I think between the two of them, we'll cover both the geopolitics of the relationship and how the Arctic in particular fits into what is, I think, in most people's view, an extraordinarily difficult and really hard moment in US-Russian relations. So I'm really delighted that Mark Katz, who's been at George Mason for many years, but really one of the great national authorities on the Soviet national security, Soviet and Russian national security policies, Soviet and Russian policies in the Middle East. He's worked on, Russian policies in a number of parts of the world, not specifically the Arctic, but we are counting on him to just use his wisdom and his conceptual thinking to help us get ready. And Andrei Todorov, we're delighted to have met through this process. He's a postdoctoral research fellow at the Belfer Center's Arctic Initiative. He also is at the Primakov Institute of the World Economy and at the Russian Academy of Sciences. He has a PhD from Moscow State Linguistic University, but has always had a research and a legal professional interest in Arctic ocean governance and the international law of the sea. So we are delighted to have this conversation. It will be one in person and one virtually, but I'm counting on, I know Mark will make this as conversational as we can, and look forward to your questions as well. So, and at 1 o'clock, we'll move to our third panel. So thanks very much.
All right, thank you very much, Ellen, for that kind introduction. And it's great to be here with Andrei today. I've met him before on, I guess, a Zoom conversation earlier, and I know that we'll be in for a very interesting presentation on his part. And so I wanted to start today by talking sort of in terms of the, Russian, American, the Arctic, sort of set the stage by talking about Russian-American relations altogether and how this might affect the Arctic. And, since the Russian invasion of Ukraine that began on February 24th of this year, Russian-American relations have become worse than they ever have been since the height of the Cold War. Now, Ukraine, of course, is not the only difference between Washington and Moscow. The Russian side still holds grievances over how the Cold War ended, the expansion of NATO, NATO's military intervention in the former Yugoslavia in the 1990s, the US withdrawal from the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty in 2002, the US-led intervention in Iraq beginning in 2003, US and allied intervention in Libya resulting in the downfall of Gaddafi in 2011, US imposed economic sanctions against Russia, and ongoing US criticism of Russia for its democratic and human rights deficits, among other issues. The US side has been unhappy about Putin's transformation of Russia from a flawed democracy to a totalitarian state, its interventions in Georgia in 2008, Crimea and eastern Ukraine in 2014, in Syria in 2015, for its sending mercenary forces to Libya and several states in Africa, for increasing Russian non-compliance with various arms control accords, and of course, interference in the internal politics of numerous states, including the United States, among many other issues. Now, given how bad US-Russian relations now are, is it realistic to talk about even the possibility of Russian-American cooperation in the Arctic or anywhere else? Perhaps counterintuitively, past experience suggests that it is possible. Even at the height of the Cold War in the 1960s and 1970s, Washington and Moscow managed to cooperate on several nuclear arms control measures, including the Non-Proliferation Treaty and the Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty. Despite US and Russian tensions over Georgia in 2008, Moscow and Washington began cooperating that year on the Northern Distribution Network, a route allowing the US to supply coalition forces in Afghanistan through Russia, thus bypassing an increasingly problematic Pakistan. It's interesting to think that not long ago, cooperation with Russia was thought of as more desirable than cooperation with Pakistan. Despite the overall negative trajectory of US-Russian relations in the 2000s and 2010s, Moscow cooperated throughout this period with Washington and other Western states on the Iranian nuclear issue, an effort that resulted in the 2015 Iranian Nuclear Accord, the JCPOA, which the Obama administration had been seeking, but also mentioned that when Bashar al-Assad crossed Obama's red line about using chemical weapons, and essentially it was Putin who came up with a way to diffuse the situation. We saw Russian and American cooperation on removal of chemical weapons from Syria. Despite the deterioration of US-Russia ties over the course of the Trump administration, as well as President Biden's negative view of Putin, one of the first things that Putin and Biden accomplished at the outset of the Biden administration was the renewal of the New START agreement for 5 years, which had been due to expire at the very beginning of February, just 2 weeks after the inauguration. So what all this indicates, in my view, is that Washington and Moscow can cooperate on issues where their interests coincide, even when they oppose each other on issues where they differ. But even when cooperation, despite differences, has been achieved in the past, it can break down when these differences persist or get worse. Soviet and Allied interventions in Czechoslovakia in 1968, Angola in 1975, in the Horn of Africa in 1977 and 78 interrupted strategic arms control efforts, but did not end them. The Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in 1979, though, did lead to President Carter withdrawing SALT II from Senate consideration for ratification and to a halt in arms control efforts for several years, basically until Gorbachev and his reform efforts. Russian intervention in Georgia did not disrupt US-Russian cooperation on the Northern Distribution Network, but Russian intervention in Crimea in 2014 did. Russia is still calling for the restoration of the Iranian nuclear accord, but it's hardly going to cooperate with the US in any punitive measures against Iran if this does not occur, especially since Russia is now dependent on Iran for supplying it with armed drones for use against Ukraine. It's possible then that the US and Russia can at minimum continue their current state of cooperation in the Arctic. Increasing it, though, seems doubtful to me, and even continuing it may be difficult. Still, if they can prevent just tensions increasing in the Arctic, that would be a positive achievement. And I'm hoping that this has set forth a good introduction for Andre now to take it from here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mark, for giving the context so very beautifully. And thank you for having me here. I'm going to downscale this context to the Arctic affairs. This week, I have listened to a very interesting discussion at Wilson Center where US officials unpacked the national Arctic strategy. And I noticed that the distinguished panelists kept mentioning one particular thing among others, that the US is eager to enhance cooperation with like-minded international partners in the Arctic. This is quite understandable standpoint in the current international circumstances, implying in simple words that today the United States is ready to cooperate with all the Arctic states except for Russia, or that it would also willing to cooperate with Russia, provided that Moscow changes its aggressive foreign policies. But then I ask myself, is Russia really not a like-minded state in relation to the US in the Arctic? Despite all the crisis in relations today and despite Russia's war in Ukraine, I still want to believe that the United States and Russia share the same basic concerns in the region and have similar vision of the Arctic. So let us take the first sentence of the new US Arctic strategy. So it goes like that. The United States seeks an Arctic region that is peaceful, stable, prosperous, and cooperative. Now take the Russia's cornerstone document, the Foundations of State Policy in the Arctic Zone, that was adopted 2 years ago. It states that one of the national interests of Russia in the region is, quote, keeping the Arctic as a territory of peace, stable, and mutually beneficial partnership, end of quote. I would draw your attention to the other 5 key interests of Russia in the Arctic, according to the same fundamental document, and keep them in your mind for a minute. So they are securing the sovereignty and territorial integrity, providing high standards of living for the local communities, development of the Arctic zone as strategic resource base aimed at boosting national economy, development of the Northern Sea route, protection of environment and traditional lifestyle of indigenous peoples. Doesn't it resemble the 4 pillars of the renewed US Arctic strategy? So I remind you of them. Pillar 1, security, deterring threats to the US homeland. Pillar 2, building resilience of local communities to the impacts of climate change and environmental protection. Pillar 3, pursuing sustainable development and improving livelihoods in Alaska. And Pillar 4, international cooperation and governance. So except for the 2 Russian-specific goals with regard to the Northern Sea route and strategic resource base, which reflect a bigger role of the Arctic in the Russian economy and strategic posture compared to the US for that in the United States. The strategies have very much in common, I would say. And moreover, I would remind you that the 2 countries share a maritime boundary and responsibility for a subregion that is ecologically unique, sensitive, and important for local communities. And I'm talking about the Bering Strait region. Shipping has been steadily increasing in this region, bringing in new challenges and risks to biodiversity and local communities that rely on subsistence economies there, like ship collisions, ship strikes with large marine mammals and small craft boats, oil spills, noise, air and water pollution. And the United States and Russia have had a very successful record of collaboration there. Recent example is the adoption by International Maritime Organization in 2018 of the joint proposal by the two states to establish routing measures in the Bering Strait region, and cooperation between the two coastal guards in this region, in particular on prevention of illegal fisheries, has been incredibly close. And you can hardly find a better example of cooperation between Russia and the United States in any other region or on any other matter. The two countries have issues of contention in the Arctic too. In particular, there is a long-standing dispute over the legal regime of the Northern Sea route dragging since 1960s. But both sides have managed to contain this disagreement within the diplomatic realm, and there is a little potential for this dispute to escalate, even against the backdrop of the current crisis. Of course, it would be wrong to stop there and say nothing about the current state of US-Russia relations in the Arctic. I'm sure that the distinguished participants of this conference have already covered it, but I would like to outline the following point again, because it's important for understanding the dynamics of US-Russia relations in the Arctic. The Arctic still remains to be a non-conflict region, but this concept of Arctic exceptionalism, which implied that the High North is a unique region with a unique set of challenges that could be dealt only in collaboration involving all the Arctic states, and then the Arctic states could insulate the region from tribulations of the global agenda and problems in other parts of the world. So this concept seems to have faded away in 2022. And it's not only because of the global climate change that unfolds faster in the Arctic than in any other region, and not only because of the greater interest to shipping, fishing, and mineral resource exploitation from many non-Arctic states. More importantly is that the Arctic is becoming more and more exposed to the spillovers from non-Arctic conflicts that lead to more antagonistic rhetoric among the Arctic states, growing military activities, and eventually growing mistrust between them. Of course, this trend could not but affect the US-Russia relations in the Arctic, and it will take a long time and effort to restore the trust between the countries undermined in 2022. So, wrapping up, spoiled relations in the Arctic, yes. Grown mistrust between the United States and Russia, yes. But lack of like-mindedness, I doubt it. I stop there.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And I think you've raised some very interesting issues. Now, of course, these policy documents, which you quoted, both Russia and the U.S., they don't always fully reflect policy of the government's concern. Certainly, one thing I think that people have noticed is that the increasing Russian militarization of the Arctic, that we've seen, greater force deployments in this particular region of the world. And I'm just wondering if you can comment on this. Do Russians really fear that they're going to be attacked across the Arctic, or what is the purpose of these increased deployments?
Yeah, no, I don't think that Russia is concerned about any threat in the Arctic coming to our country. When speaking about the military buildup in the Arctic, in particular by Russia, one should keep in mind the following three major reasons. Major points. First, Russia is mainly what Russia is doing is restoring the military capacity that has been lost after the fall of the United States. USSR. This is the first point. The second point is that there is, as I have already pointed out, Arctic is not a region of conflict. So this military buildup is not aimed at deterring any threat or attack from the Arctic. As I have said, Arctic plays a great role in the domestic economies and national identity of Russia. And if you remember that the nuclear forces, seaborne nuclear forces, most of them are located in the Arctic, in the Russian Arctic, on Kola Peninsula, and so one of the reasons of the military build-up and restoration of military capacity in the Arctic is to defend the nuclear forces. That I don't want to speculate on that because it goes beyond the Arctic realm. It refers mainly to strategic balance between Russia, NATO, and the United States. The second reason is the increased activities on the Northern Sea route. As you know, the shipping on the Northern Sea route is increasing, and many of the assignments, many of the functions of the Northern Fleet, for example, that is located on Kola Peninsula, refer not only to military realm, but also to civil functions like oil spill response or search and rescue. So most of these activities are also carried out by military assets. And if you take the notion of the Northern Sea route and its significance for Russia, you would see that this is the only way for Russia, for the Russian fleet, to have an unimpeded access to the world ocean. And you could see that from the fact that some of the assets of the Northern Fleet were assigned missions that were completely not in the Arctic but in other regions of the world ocean. For example, anti-piracy campaign in 2008. It was also completed by military assets from the Northern Fleet. So, and if you sum up all these points, all this relevance of the Arctic for Russia and relevant significance of the Northern Sea route for Russia, you will see that this is not the source for this military buildup is not from the Arctic, but rather from beyond.
Okay, actually, leading off of that, certainly in a lot of the Zoom meetings I was involved in with Russian scholars before February 24th, that a lot of them would say, that, despite the, closeness of Russian-Chinese relations, that there were several pretty high-profile Russian scholars indicating that they didn't see this lasting beyond the mid-2030s, that eventually, as Chinese power increased, that this would be a problem for Russia. Do you see Russia and America have a common interest at keeping the Chinese at bay in terms of their Arctic activities? Sorry if that's an impolitic question.
It's a good question. Some experts I know experts from Russia that do believe that Russia and the United States have this particular issue in common, that Russia and the United States should be allies in keeping China away from the Arctic. But most of the experts in Russia, they follow the mainstream agenda, like the authorities' agenda, implying that so Russia wants what it wants from China in the Arctic is mostly investment. It wants investment to oil and gas exploration. It wants investments into shipping, port infrastructure. But on the other hand, Russia doesn't want to give up its control over the Northern Sea route, over the sovereignty in its territory. So it's quite a big dilemma for Russia. And but I wouldn't overestimate the Chinese economic influence in Russian Arctic. Many projects of China have been failed to be fulfilled, failed to stand up to the promises that were given and expectations of Russian officials. Take the deep sea port in Arkhangelsk, for example. So Yamal LNG remains the only large economic participation of investment of China in the Russian Arctic.
Okay, time is getting short, so I can only allow myself one last question. And that is, we talked before about sort of the different Russian and American diplomatic traditions that in the Russian tradition, it seems that compartmentalization is something that Russians simply do. In other words, that you may disagree over several issues with a different government, but on issues where you do agree, cooperation can continue even though there's differences over others. Whereas with the US, we've done this, but that usually linkage tends to come into effect. In other words, that differences over other issues will hinder cooperation even on areas where there is some common interest. On the other hand, in the past, when this has occurred, it's usually been when America has been on the back foot, whether in the 60s and 70s, or whether in the later stages of the war on terror. In other words, that Russia could sort of magnanimously cooperate with the US when the US was not doing so well. I would argue that we're in a situation where Russia is now on the back foot when it comes to Ukraine. And therefore, do you see Russia being able to continue this compartmentalization of cooperation where you can, even though there are terrible differences, and that Russia doesn't seem to be doing so well in this conflict?
I would say that we can observe that yes, Russia always wanted to, to set the Arctic aside from other problems and to compartmentalize it, as you say. But we observe right now that Russia fails to do it. Unfortunately, to me, the Western Arctic states do not want to insulate Arctic from other problems. But we'll see. I don't know if Russia will manage to change this course of action. But it's my deep belief that Arctic is a unique region, and all Arctic states realize that any challenge that arises in the region would not be able to, it will be not be able to address it without the largest Arctic state, that the state that dominates the shipping, economic development of the region. So anytime, I don't know when it will happen, but someday I hope that states will return to the table and to begin to cooperate on the Arctic issues.
Very good. Now, we really are running out of time. One thing I would just observe is that, one thing I think has been so important to me over the course of my career, is this, dialogue, whether between, Soviet and American scholars and now, Russian and American scholars. I think one of the sad fallout from this conflict is that has just declined dramatically. And so I think we're very fortunate to be able to speak with you. Obviously, you're at Harvard, not in Moscow, but that I, for one, very much miss these conversations. And I really think that we should find a way to continue these, because I think dialogue is just very, very important. Anyway, thank you, Andre, for your remarks. And I guess
Thank you.
to end right now. Thank you.
I just want to thank Mark and Andre for such a thoughtful and civilized conversation. It's really, but you also aired some of the real challenges in the relationship that may not be Arctic specific, but may affect the Arctic. So you have a few minutes to stretch your legs. Last panel starts at 1 o'clock, and we should be able to wrap up at 2:15. So thank you so much. So I think we're ready to begin our last panel of the day. Thank you all so much for staying with us the whole day, and I hope you found it interesting along the way. There were no interruptions. I thought our lunchtime conversation between Mark Katz and Andrei Todorov was particularly enriching and is really a perfect setup for the last panel. So in this last panel, we're really now looking at the national security and the international security implications of changes in the Arctic. So we'll revert back for our international security students in particular to the traditional world of war and peace and the role of the militaries in managing this increasingly strategic region of the world. And I am really delighted to have such a stellar panel. First, we'll hear from Dave Auerswald, who's a professor of security studies at the National War College and a non-resident fellow at the Atlantic Council. He will really be our, strategic anchor for this panel, since he really thinks of these issues in a very broad and integrated and strategic way. He's written a lot on the Arctic. He's also, one of his books is on Congress and civil military relations. So he will bring the sort of broad wisdom of a long-standing expert on national security. We're then going to turn to Doyle Hodges, who is, in addition to being the editor of the Texas National Security Review, the publication that also features War on the Rocks, which is very familiar to all students of security studies. But in addition, he's an adjunct professor here at the Schar School. We'll be introducing a new course on maritime security for us in this spring. Prior to that, he served for 21 years as a naval officer and commanded ships in Japan and off the east coast of the US. He works on ethics and the law of armed conflict, grand strategy, defense and maritime policy. So I'm looking forward to his remarks, which will focus a little more specifically on implications of the Arctic for militaries, both in material, training, and doctrinal terms. And last, I'm delighted to welcome Rebecca Pincus, who I had not met yet. She is the new director of the Polar Institute at the Woodrow Wilson Center, and comes to us from serving on the faculty at the Naval War College, worked for the Secretary of Defense on Arctic and climate policies, and worked with the Coast Guard at its Center for Arctic Study and Policy, where she remains a fellow. She's also a contributing author to the 5th National Climate Assessment, that is that multi-agency enterprise that happens every 4 years at the US government. So really a wonderful panel that will bring a lot of insights into whether we should think of the Arctic as a potential zone of instability. Is it manageable? Will it not, in fact, turn out to be a cause of enormous additional tension in international politics? But we will let our speakers explore those issues for us. So Dave, over to you first, please.
Thank you very much. Ellen, thank you for inviting me to the panel. I hope this will be a profitable session for everybody. I'm David Auerswald from the U.S. National War College. I'm also better known as Eugenie's nemesis when it comes to asking questions. And someday she will return the favor. In case you didn't know, there's a uniform up here. You have to have the blue plaid shirt to be on this panel if you're a guy. If you're a guy, you have to have
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk you through a little bit of my thinking on the geostrategic environment that's in the Arctic right now. And I have to preface this by saying that these are my remarks, my ideas, not representing the official position of the U.S. government or any part of the U.S. government, because I'm a U.S. government employee. So these are my views, not official policy. As you just heard from the lunch panel, the Arctic, and in particular the European Arctic, is no longer characterized as an area of high north latitude, low tension. Geopolitics has bled back into the Arctic, particularly after the Russian reinvasion of Ukraine. The Nordic states have been more and more nervous about Russian intentions since 2014, but the February 2022 invasion or reinvasion broke the old normal of Arctic relations. You heard about that a little bit in the lunch panel. What I'm going to do is I'm going to walk you through sort of my take on US government thinking on the Arctic, the Nordic states thinking on the Arctic, and Russia's thinking on the Arctic, at least as I can figure. So we just have a new national strategy for the Arctic, 2022, just released. It mentions the Arctic, the national security strategy mentions the Arctic on page 44 for those students who want to have footnotes. The assertion here, once again, a long-standing US assertion about Arctic governance, that the Arctic coastal states really control a lot of the issues associated with Arctic governance. You heard that in the first panel this morning. There's some attention in the national security strategy towards generating new capabilities for the Arctic, particularly with regard to improving domain awareness, communications in high latitudes, search and rescue, and icebreakers. But really, there are no new initiatives introduced in the national security strategy beyond what the services were already planning on doing anyway. For example, the actions proposed in the national security strategy are all low cost, relatively status quo. So things like, we're going to support the Arctic Council. We're going to support freedom of navigation. We're going to advance US territorial claims in the Arctic where appropriate. We're going to improve Arctic resilience. We're going to address climate change. We're going to foster private sector investment in Arctic infrastructure and do so in a responsible manner. So no real departure from past policy and nothing that requires significant additional resources. Compared to, in the security terms, compared to the future years defense program budget, sort of the 5-year out budget. We also have a new national strategy for the Arctic. This is the first update, real update since 2013. As you've heard in previous panels, the desired end state in this strategy is unchanged since 2013. A region that is peaceful, stable, prosperous, and sort of cooperative. There are 4 pillars, which I believe you've either read about or heard about: a security pillar, a climate change and environmental protection pillar, a sustainable economic development pillar, and an international cooperation and governance pillar. 2 of those are focused internally on Alaska: the climate change, environmental protection, and the sustainable economic development. And 2 are focused internationally. The other 2 are focused internationally. But again, like with the NSS, there's no mandate for dramatic new capabilities here. Now, this all comes upon the foundation laid in 2020 and into early 2021 of the individual military services releasing their own Arctic strategies. So the Air Force released a strategy that focused on improving domain awareness, fostering power projection capabilities with fifth-generation aircraft, space, and partnering with allies. And all of that was consistent with, frankly, what the Air Force wanted to do anyway. Basing F-22s and F-35s in Alaska, national missile defense facilities in Alaska. So this was the Air Force strategy, while it was a good strategy, is kind of a status quo strategy. At least it doesn't break new ground. Neither did the Navy strategy, really. There, the priority was to protect sea lines of communication in the North Atlantic against Russian submarines and conduct more exercises with partners and allies and renew the Second Fleet, which was a sort of a Cold War era entity that we were going to sort of bring back to have the preparedness in the North Atlantic. The Army strategy, which was released last, right before the end of the Trump administration, was really kind of the most path-setting, but really only applied to a small fraction of the Army. Here, the strategy focuses on relearning how to operate in very cold climates for extended periods of time. And the way they were going to do that is take the two existing brigades that are in Alaska and retrain them for not East Asian operations or Middle East operations, but instead for Nordic operations or Alaska operations. So they created the new 11th Airborne Division. But again, that's only applicable to a fraction of the US Army. Now, why did I go through all of that? Other than that, there will be a quiz. Why did I go through all that? In short, US strategy is very means constrained. That is, we don't have a lot of money that we're going to be spending on the Arctic, at least on Arctic security issues for their own sake. Now, as Marisol talked about in panel one, we have a bunch of new US intergovernmental coordinating mechanisms. We have a new DASD, a Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense. For Arctic security, we have the new Ted Stevens Center, which is a DoD-run regional center out in Anchorage. We have a new Arctic ambassador that will someday be named. We have reinvigorated the Arctic Executive Steering Committee, which sort of was pushed to the side or done away with in the last administration. We are paying particular attention. Here's the part that I find really interesting. We're paying particular attention to developments in the European part of the Arctic, because that's the area that is the most contested, that is the least stable, as it were. The North American Arctic, US and Canada, it's what issues are there other than we agree to disagree on the Northwest Passage? With regard to the Russian Arctic, you've heard about the Russian Arctic already with regard to shipping and hydrocarbon extraction, but no one is really contesting Russia's ability to do that. We have sanctions on them to deny them Western technology, but we're not saying you can't drill, or we're not making territorial claims there. So we're taking what the Europeans call the high north very seriously, and with a particular attention on sea lines of communication across the North Atlantic, showing the flag with port calls and exercises in the Nordic states, and lots of training in very cold climates. Now, as you know, Sweden and Finland are due to join the NATO alliance as soon as Turkey allows them to, and that changes the alliance's options for defending the European Arctic. With those two countries joining NATO, you have the ability to do defense in depth across the Nordic territories. They're talking in those countries about shifting from interoperability to interchangeability. That is essentially doing away with national militaries in that part of the world and being able to have a Swedish pilot take off from a Norwegian airfield, or a Norwegian pilot jump into a Finnish airplane and fly it, or being able to hand off a naval ship from one national command to another. So it's really interesting. You'll be able to, if this progresses as we think it will, you'll be able to disperse aircraft across Norway and Sweden during a conflict or crisis. You'll be able to link sensor arrays much better to get a better domain awareness picture. You'll even be able to consider pan-Nordic commands, particularly in the air and land domains. For the US, that means we have more routes where we can resupply the Nordic countries. We can resupply the Baltic states if there's a Baltic Sea conflict. And we can pre-position materials in the Nordic states, which would be useful for any ally to use when potentially fighting an aggressor that comes into that part of the world. Now, one final thing about the Nordic states, and that is they're all increasing their defense spending. They're all promising to increase their defense spending, the pace of which, though, is somewhat different depending on the country. So Sweden will go from about 1.3% of GDP on defense up to 2% within about 2.5 years from now. Denmark is going to take until 2033 to get there. But they're all increasing their defense spending and their defense capabilities, which means that the High North is going to be, from a Western perspective, a very, very militarily capable region. And the question will be, where do you spend all this extra money? What kinds of capabilities do you buy? What kinds of personnel do you hire? What's the appropriate mix? How do you coordinate these decisions across Arctic states so that you're not getting redundant capability? And can the defense industry, frankly, keep up? Because remember, we have drawn down a lot of our excess defense capabilities supplying Ukraine. Well, everybody wants to buy new equipment as a result, like everybody in Europe, and including the United States as well. So can defense industry keep up with that additional spending and that additional demand? Sorry, I'm running a little bit late. Let me close with Russian perceptions. Russian threat perceptions are likely to change due to a combination of climate change, Western spending, and NATO expansion, and they are likely to feel more threatened as a result. Their submarines have less ice cover. NATO's getting more and more capable and seemingly maintaining its unity. In the short run, Russian capabilities in the European Arctic, conventional capabilities have all been shifted down to Ukraine. About 4/5 of Russian conventional forces are fighting in Ukraine. So what does that mean? It means that the Russian second strike capability is actually now vulnerable to conventional attack from NATO territory. Long-range fires from Finland can take out Russia's second strike capability in terms of some of their naval assets in port outside of Murmansk. Russia is likely to adopt a risky defense strategy as a result. There's greater probability now that they will rely on tactical nuclear weapons and a hair trigger launch on warning posture. So we have to be very careful about this unstable period of time. And I've run way over, and I apologize for that, sir.
Over to you.
I was actually just checking to see if I had my timer set up so that I could avoid that.
I thought you were giving me the hook.
I wasn't, but I'll take it. So I'm going to kick us off with a riddle, if I can, which is that a woman was out camping. She walked a mile south from her tent. She walked a mile west from her tent. She walked a mile north and was surprised to find herself back at her tent where there was a bear rummaging through her stuff. What color was the bear? The bear was white because the only place in the world where you can walk a mile south, a mile west, a mile north, and wind up where you began is the North Pole, which highlights some of the navigational challenges when you start operating in the Arctic. So if you're going to take two themes from what I'm going to say, it would be it's really cold in the Arctic and navigation isn't easy up there. And those two things profoundly affect military operations in the Arctic. So very briefly, I want to run down operations in each of the major domains. And beginning in the land domain, the most significant challenge to land operations in the Arctic is there's not a lot of land in the Arctic. The bulk of the region is comprised of the Arctic Ocean. There are land masses, and we went over earlier the countries that have geography and territorial claims within the Arctic, if I define that from 66 degrees north upward. But from 66 degrees north to the North Pole is 1,440 nautical miles. That's roughly the distance from here to the ski resorts to the west of Denver. It's a long way. So the vast majority of the space that we're dealing with is maritime. But even for those areas where you can operate land forces, operating in the extreme cold conditions of the Arctic is very much like operating in a chemical or biological environment in terms of the measures that you need to take to protect people from the environment. It's very cold. It slows down operations. It makes it clumsy, awkward, slow, difficult, all the things that you don't want. If we go back to our favorite dead Prussian who liked to write about war, Clausewitz told us that everything in war is simple, but the simplest thing becomes difficult, and he used the metaphor of friction to apply to that. So if you like, you can consider the Arctic a place where the coefficient of friction is just much, much higher than it is anywhere else that you want to work. If I move into the air domain, things become a little bit easier because aircraft routinely operate where it's very cold. But there's a difference between passing through a place and being able to operate as a military asset. And that's where some of the navigational concerns come in. When civilian aircraft pass through the Arctic regions, they rely principally on inertial navigation systems because the look angles from the satellites aren't great for giving you precise position location. That's because the satellites are designed to promote navigation where most people do it. And it's really expensive to put things into space. So I don't want to put a lot of satellites up there to work with Arctic things. And the physics of getting those orbits is also a little bit difficult. The result of that is that while I know roughly where I am well enough to get from point A to point B, if I want to put a weapon onto a target, I need to know precisely where I am. And I need to know precisely where the target is. And that's a much more difficult process when I get up into those polar regions. If nothing else, for the simple reason that the system of coordinates we've agreed on converges at the North Pole. And so travel of just a few meters as I get closer to the North Pole may have a dramatic change in longitude. So systems like inertial navigation systems struggle with that sort of thing. They can be corrected, they can make it work, but you're going to wind up with errors that you don't have in other regions of the world. Moving into the maritime domain, I think Captain Brigham did a terrific job of describing, again, the basic challenges to just passing through the region of the Arctic in a ship. It's really difficult. In addition to the things that he discussed, one of the things he didn't talk about as much is the question of icing. As I move up into these regions, the winds tend to be very high. I accumulate sea spray on the superstructure of ships, which takes the form of ice, which adds weight to the top side of a vessel. In the days when vessels were principally propelled by steam, the crew would go out with sledgehammers and steam hoses to break this ice off, because if I get enough weight up high enough, I dramatically affect the stability of the ship and place it in danger of capsizing. But today, most modern warships operate basically off of a jet engine, which has been modified to drive a screw. So I don't have that ready source of heat. So I'm either going to reduce the amount of time that I'm up there or put a lot of people up topside trying to break this stuff off in order to maintain the safety and security of my vessel, which is not optimal. It also starts to slow down the degree at which I operate. And if there's one thing that I want to do as a warship confronted with a threat, it's be able to put speed on the ship when I need to. Because if I have a missile inbound, if somebody's trying to shoot at me, really what I want to do is make myself a difficult target. The way you make yourself a difficult target is you move. And it's really tough to move when you have icebergs and other challenges ahead. And even during times when the sea ice is relatively thin, it is absolutely more than the comparatively soft hull of a warship that hasn't been hardened for ice operations can take. The submarine domain is another area where I do have an extensive history of operations. And in fact, many submarines are developed for under ice capability. You may have heard of the bastions where nuclear missile submarines would hide out. But I would emphasize that they would hide out there. They wouldn't launch from there. You can't really launch a missile through the ice. It does very bad things to the missile. So the question of how you operate the submarine, why would you hide out there? Because there's a lot of noise coming from the ice pack. How do I find a submarine? I find a submarine by listening for it. If there's a lot of background noise, it becomes really difficult to find it. That's why I want to hide out there. Well, that's great if I want to hide, but it's a lot more difficult when I want to go do something military. And if that something is to try to apply force against the assets of another country, then I once again need to know precisely where I am, precisely where the thing I'm trying to shoot at is, and how I can get a weapon from me to them. Most of the weapons that we deal with in modern warfare rely either on satellites or radar. The performance of both of those things are degraded as I move into the Arctic region. Satellites, in part, I've talked about the look angles, but satellites principally navigate, or ships, aircraft, and weapons principally navigate using satellites through radio frequency transmission. Radio frequency does weird things when I get up into the Arctic, in part because the ionosphere, that layer of electrically charged particles that surrounds the Earth, in most of the Earth, it's like a blanket. In the Arctic, it's like a choppy sea. That's how you get the aurora borealis, but it means that things reflect off of it oddly. So my radar returns aren't necessarily what I expect them to be. There's also a whole bunch of other things up there that reflect radar. I've got snow, I've got ice, I've got weather, I've got clouds, I've got all kinds of things that can make it much more difficult. And we just don't have a whole lot of data from a whole lot of years of extensive operations as to exactly what those effects are. You also have something called an evaporative duct, which is an area where radar tends to propagate over long distances. And most of the time in the Arctic, because of the temperature, it's very short. But then there's a day when suddenly you get 500 kilometers. Well, how do I know which one that is? And am I looking at something that is 500 kilometers away or something that's about to kill me? I really care about that if I'm in a military unit operating in that region. Just very briefly, the other thing I'll talk about is the challenge of pollution. This was discussed extensively in the question of the economy. It's also an issue as I look at military operations, because we don't operate in a world where militaries can go do what they wish to do unencumbered by the consequences everywhere else. And I assure you, the nation that generates a major ecological disaster in the Arctic is going to have reckoning to do in order to deal with the consequences of that, especially if it's perceived as something that was done in pursuit of a choice rather than in pursuit of something that was necessary. Finally, very briefly, Dave talked about the resource constraints that we have in operations there, and I would just highlight that anytime I choose to operate in an environment that is as difficult as the Arctic is for military operations, I'm looking at two kinds of costs. One is the fiscal cost of getting something, a soldier, a ship, a tank, an airplane, a submarine, that's capable of operating in that very difficult environment. And that's going to be substantially higher than the cost of something that can't. The other is an opportunity cost, because as much as we do care about the Arctic, and as much as we are concerned about Russian intentions in the Arctic and assertions regarding the Northern Sea Route and all kinds of things like that, the other voice we've heard throughout this conference today has been about China. China is not going to occur in the Arctic. And so if I'm concerned that I need to increase my capacity in order to compete with China, having to create forces that are capable of operating in the Arctic region costs me both in terms of the absolute fiscal cost of doing it, but also in terms of the opportunity cost of training those units to do the types of operations they would do in competition with China. So just really briefly, again, it's very cold. That makes operations hard. And it's really tough to know exactly where you are. And that makes the precise application of force, which is the way we prefer to fight today, a much more difficult prospect.
Rebecca, I think our last speaker is going to take us in a slightly different direction to try to imagine different paths that these dynamics may take in the near to medium term. Over to you.
Great. Thanks so much. And thanks to the previous speakers, Doyle and Dave. Great tee up of a variety of issues. They covered a lot of ground. I think to build off some of the points they made, I would flag that the National Defense Strategy, the unclassified version of the National Defense Strategy, was just released today. So I encourage you all to take a look at that. And it's got a paragraph on the Arctic region. And I think that paragraph echoes some of what we've just been hearing from Dave and from Doyle. It concludes by stating U.S. activities and posture in the Arctic should be calibrated as the department preserves its focus on the Indo-Pacific region. So I think that speaks to what we're hearing, that The Arctic is not the top priority. That top priority is the Indo-Pacific. It is the pacing threat embodied by the People's Republic of China. And the Department of Defense is taking a measured, or you could say calibrated approach to what's going on in the Arctic, recognizing some of those costs that Doyle just underscored. So again, I would encourage you all to take a look at the NDS. I have been asked to talk a little bit about scenarios or pathways to confrontation in the Arctic region. And so I think there's a few ways by which we might see present conflict spill over into the Arctic. And I want to focus on just a couple of them and talk through some of the things that I've been worrying about recently. So obviously, we could see confrontation or conflict spill over into the Arctic through something called horizontal escalation. So you could imagine that NATO or Russia might see an advantage in expanding the range, the geographic range of confrontation. It's hard to imagine how that would be in Russian interests, but there are pathways. I'll sketch out a few of them in just a minute here. But you could think about something like some sort of exercise or operation that would be intended to apply pressure in the Arctic region. And that's far away from Ukraine, and it would be designed to distract attention or increase the feeling of pressure on one side or the other. So that would be something that we would think about being called horizontal escalation, and it would be a deliberate expansion of the geographic range of confrontation. I want to talk instead about unintentional escalation or unintentional ways in which confrontation could come from the Arctic. So I'm not going to talk anymore about sort of an intentional introduction of conflict in the Arctic. I think that is very unlikely, but I want to talk about some accidental pathways. So the first pathway that I want to talk about would be in the gray zone. And it's very obvious that one of the primary areas where Russia sees advantages is its ability to operate in the gray zone. And activities in the gray zone below the threshold of armed conflict would be things like attacks on cables, right? We saw fiber optic cables to Svalbard damaged earlier this year by unknown human agents. We saw the Nord Stream pipeline explosions just several weeks ago. Again, that's been ascribed to human activities, although official responsibility has not been allocated. We know that Russia maintains a highly advanced suite of undersea warfare capabilities. We also see regular incursions of NATO allies' airspace and other airspaces by drones, by Russian drone operators. We have seen drone incursions in Norway in recent weeks. We've also seen GPS jamming by Russia in Norway for years now. So those are activities that are below the threshold of conflict, but are nevertheless antagonistic. And attacks on critical infrastructure, like communication cables, like pipelines, like GPS, that type of gray zone activity there are not well-established escalation pathways. And so it has the potential to escalate in uncertain and frankly scary ways. Because in sort of traditional military conflict, there are fairly well-established pathways by which, somebody will bomb your military base and then you bomb their airfield. And, we sort of know how this tit for tat goes. But with gray zone activities, whether they're on critical infrastructure, whether they're in the cyber realm, they're relatively recent, and we don't have really well-established pathways for understanding how that type of confrontation may escalate. And so things could go badly fairly quickly. We're just not as familiar with that sort of very nebulous activity where threats are not easy to ascribe to specific actors. They may be conducted by state-funded non-state actors. And so attribution and retaliation can be very confusing. So I worry about gray zone activities triggering further escalation in the Arctic region. Another area where I think we could see some unintentional escalation would be through exercises, through military exercises in the Arctic region. And I think those can be potentially escalatory because they are often conducted on the Russian side in dangerous and unsafe ways. So we see Russian military forces conducting mock attacks, like a mock bombing attack in Sweden in 2013. We see Russian forces operating without transponders, which is very unsafe, so without their location transponders turned on. We also see Russian forces operating in an unsafe manner in close proximity to NATO forces. So we see Russian planes buzzing NATO ships. We see unsafe encounters in air where Russian pilots come in very unsafe proximity to NATO pilots. And so there is a great potential for escalation related to some kind of accident when we see those sorts of unsafe activities and unprofessional activities. There's also just sort of the inherent friction associated with military operations and exercises. And so I'll flag, for example, in 2020, when a Russian naval exercise drove straight through a fleet of Alaskan fishermen operating in the Bering Sea. Now, those Alaskan fishermen were operating in the United States exclusive economic zone, and the Russian naval ships had the right to transit through the area, but they transited through in an aggressive manner. The fishing fleet had not been forewarned about this passage, and if something like that happened in today's environment, I have no idea where it would go, because it was very irresponsible, and something like that I think, has potentially dramatic ramifications in today's environment and the level of tension that we're seeing today. I also want to flag, while we're on the topic of unintentional escalation pathways, that there are just a lot of accidents. And when we think about accidents occurring in the Arctic region, there's a couple aspects that might make them sort of extra escalatory. So first of all, we know that the Russian military experiences a lot of accidents, period, right? So there have been ship fires and ship accidents almost every year for the last couple of decades. We see lots and lots, quite frankly, of military aircraft crashing every year. We see regular explosions at Russian arms depots, and that's something that I don't need to spend a lot of time on. There's a lot of news coverage of these, but there's a couple that I think I'd like to flag. I would note that there's been a couple of notable submarine accidents, and at least some of those are associated with nuclear submarines. So the Schar accident in 2020, I think I would flag as something that caused enormous concern. That was an Arctic accident for a special operations sub that had an explosion alleged to be a nuclear mini submarine. That would cause an enormous amount of concern today. In 2005, a spy submarine was entangled in fishing nets in the North Pacific. US and UK forces assisted that submarine. I don't think you would see something like that happening today. Obviously, we saw the Kursk in 2000, also in the Arctic. So I think there's some sort of Arctic dimensions to the military accident angle that I worry about, also because of the special risks associated with operations in the Arctic and also search and rescue operations in the Arctic, as Doyle just underscored. I would also note that there's a lot of civilian accidents. So, for example, a helicopter crash in Svalbard in 2017 set off a bit of an international incident between Norway and Russia because of the search and rescue ramifications. I'll note that there have been something like 4 dozen civilian aircraft crashes, passenger aircraft crashes in Russia since 2000. So there's a regular tempo of accidents, both civilian and military, and I think we worry about that in the Arctic context because of the nuclear dimension, because of the special elements associated with search and rescue, and because of the environmental aspects. So thank you, Doyle, for highlighting that. And then the last piece that I want to talk about are the community impacts. And on top of this sort of risk of accidents, of exercises going wrong, of some kind of unintentional escalation from gray zone activities, we have to think about the communities in the Arctic and the ways in which they might be impacted by current tension, and how a civilian accident, something like the 2017 tsunami in Greenland, 2022, just this fall, a typhoon hit, the remnants of a typhoon Merbok hit Western Alaska, caused a massive accident. We can think all the way back to the Exxon Valdez spill, a Russian oil spill cleanup vessel responded to the Exxon Valdez spill. That would never happen today, right? And so if we have a civilian accident on or around Russian boundary areas, what would that response look like? Whether it's a DoD response or, it's parts of FEMA or, even Alaska state agents responding to a disaster. I think it would be very complicated in light of the current tensions if we're on or around a boundary area. So I've laid out, I think, 4 unintentional ways that we could potentially get more of a confrontation footing in the Arctic region. And I think that argues strongly for greater maritime domain awareness, air domain awareness, information sharing among allies, and also information sharing across the US interagency to ensure that bureaucratic stovepipes don't impede our responses. Since I think at this point, we should probably expect that there'll be some kind of accident. You look at the statistics on Russian military accidents and civilian accidents, and these things happen regularly, so we should be prepared. I'll stop there. I'm looking forward to the discussion, and I'm sorry I can't be with you in person, but thanks for an excellent conference. Over.
Thanks so much. So you've really given us a lot of small bore, scary things to think about. Not the big bang, but some small things to worry about. So I guess I would like to pull the thread from Mark's conversation with Andrei Todorov at lunch of whether, when these accidents happen, do you see the Arctic environment as permitting countries to help each other in spite of their larger differences? But I think you were framing for us how conflicts can sometimes begin by miscalculation or misinterpreting an event that you might have perceived as hostile when it wasn't intended to be. But I guess I'd just invite you to say a little bit more on whether in the scenarios of accidents, is this something that Arctic nations are looking to kind of diffuse and help each other, or given the brittleness of US-Russia relations right now, would you assume that we would respond to any of those events quite differently?
Is that for me?
Yes.
Great. Yeah. I think when it comes to Arctic nations, aside from Russia, I think we see strong information sharing. Obviously, all the Arctic nations, aside from Russia, are NATO allies or NATO invitees. And so there's strong information sharing and strong bilateral and multilateral relationships, as Dave noted. And I think the unprecedented amount of information sharing and sort of strategic declassification that we've seen in the last 7 months, hopefully those relationships and that information sharing will be maintained, because it's enabled allies and invitees to operate with a high degree of a common operating picture and trust. But I think it's not just the United States. I'd also highlight Norway here as sharing both land and maritime boundaries with Russia, Finland as well, sharing a long land boundary, Sweden maritime boundary. I think all of these nations bordering Russia are watching very carefully, because if there was some type of accident, whether involving military forces or civilian, the pathways and responses are unclear. There is a new line of communication between US EUCOM in Stuttgart and the Russian Ministry of Defense in Moscow that has been opened during the ongoing conflict in Ukraine to establish a lot of communication in the event of some kind of emergency. So they need to talk to each other, but there are reports that, sometimes the Russians don't answer that phone. And that is one line of communication against a whole wall coming on between what used to be more regular communications. And obviously there is still some contact, right? The United States Coast Guard has to occasionally engage with its Russian counterparts in the Bering because of that maritime boundary, but the amount of interaction is far decreased. Norway and their Coast Guard still has some communications going on. Again, they have a maritime boundary there. There's a fishing fleet there. But the current conditions are remarkable. The level of tension, as one of the earlier speakers mentioned, is, we haven't seen this since, for decades, right? In the early 80s, maybe. And so I think the chances of some type of unintended escalation are significantly higher. And the longer this goes on, perhaps the less regular those pathways of communication are, the more we have to be very, very careful to plan for our reactions so that things don't happen or go off the rails too quickly, I guess would be my concern.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I think Dave wants to comment, and Doyle, if you would too, that would be great. And then I have a couple of questions for you as well.
So when you think about accidents that involve search and rescue or an environmental spill or something like that, the relevant treaties set out areas of responsibility in the Arctic. And you can think about, you take the national boundaries, the left and right national boundaries, and you do a sort of pie chart slice up to the North Pole. And so if you do that with the borders of Alaska, on the west side and then on the Canadian border, and you take a little pie slice up to the North Pole, that's the United States area of responsibility. Okay? In particular, the Search and Rescue Treaty and the Oil Pollution Prevention Treaty don't require others to respond to help you. So we would all like to think that the better angels in us will respond if somebody else is in need. But that requires two questions be answered, I believe. One is there's a political aspect to it. Do we want to help them? Do we feel like we can help them politically? And the second question is, do we have the capabilities to help? If we don't have the ability to help, then obviously our response will be much more limited than it otherwise might be. So two limiting things. I think the political question is a moot question when it comes to the 7 Arctic Western states, Western-leaning states.
If I could just hop onto that real quick, because I'm so glad Dave brought up those points, and really excellent. And I just want to build on that. I think it's this great point about, can we help? Do we want to help? Will the Russians accept our help? And for incidents like oil, which has the potential to flow across those AOR boundaries, depending on the scale and location of an oil spill, oil released from a ship in the Chukchi, for example, could flow across that boundary. Would we want to cross over into a Russian AOR to stop oil flowing over into our maritime area? Would Russia accept that help? What if, in the example of the search and rescue case, what if there are American citizens on board a cruise ship that has an accident in Russian waters? What if there are Russian citizens on board a ship that has a cruise ship in an accident in American waters, right? I mean, I think that's what is so interesting, right? Because with the Russian helicopter crash in Svalbard, we saw Russian demanding to put in its own search and rescue unit on Norwegian territory. And so I think there's some fascinating dimensions there. I'm so glad Dave brought up those treaties.
If I can just jump in real quickly, it's interesting because a lot of times it's going to depend on the nature of the mishap. There can be a paradoxical effect where the greater tension is, the greater the incentive is to respond to a civilian mishap. I've just about lost track of the number of times that units I've been nearby or units I've been with have responded to Iranian mariners in distress. It's a routine occurrence that you'll have a fire on a vessel, you'll have a vessel that's without power, all these sorts of things. And U.S. naval forces who are routinely present in the region will provide assistance. They do that for a couple of reasons. One is that they're able to, and it is an obligation that is historically placed on mariners anywhere in the world to help other mariners in distress. Well, that's really good strategic messaging. If you are concerned that another nation is violating norms, what better way to point it out than to point out how well you and your partners and your allies are supporting those norms? The other piece that does is it emphasizes your right to be there to begin with. Why was I there? I was conducting routine operations in the region. So sometimes there can be a little of a paradoxical effect where if the mishap is one that is civilian in nature, it can really benefit to the Western powers to respond. On the other hand, one of the reasons why Russia conducts activities in the Arctic and test activities that are higher risk is that generally they're further from view there. And those are going to be sorts of things where they don't want assistance from anyone in the course of that response. And an attempt to respond by Western powers could create and exacerbate tensions.
Yeah, remember when the Kursk went down, the Russian submarine Kursk in 2000, we offered repeatedly to help the Russians with the rescue attempt. And they refused repeatedly to allow our help. And everybody on board died because they didn't want us to have access to that technology or that capability and be able to snoop.
I remember that. Mark, would you like to step up? And I've still got another couple questions.
Thank you. Rebecca referred to the latest DoD, I guess, policy statement about the Indo-Pac theater taking priority over the Arctic. But I'd like to go back to the question that I asked Andre about just how active China is in the Arctic. And I'm possibly influenced by the popular Danish television show Borgen, in which in the third season there's this competition between Chinese and American forces in Greenland and sort of a more independence-minded Greenland government leaning toward the Chinese. And I'm just wondering how important is this? Someone referred earlier to the close relations between the previous Icelandic president and China. We know that the Chinese have mining operations or hope to have them in these places. In other words, I guess my question is, to what extent should the Arctic be part of an American Indo-Pac strategy? Thank you.
That's a very clever thought, that the Arctic folks could say that some of those resources have to be allocated to them because they're also, they're bureaucratically linked. So anybody want to take that? Rebecca, I don't know if anybody on China's, how significant is the China factor here?
So when I think of China, I think of two different aspects. One is the economic aspect, and the other is the military security aspect. And when I think about the economic aspect, if you had asked me this question 5 years ago, there was a very influential CNAS report, I believe it was CNA report on Chinese investment in the Arctic, and it had everybody's hair on fire. China was essentially buying up Iceland, investing in Greenland, and they were going to corrupt the Greenland government. And to a lesser extent, they were investing in Russia and Canada, actually. And everybody got all, frantic about it. Well, this year, 2 different reports have come out that have essentially debunked that. One by our friends at the Swedish Defense Research Institute. The acronym there is FOI, and the other by the RAND Corporation. And they've showed that Chinese investment is actually not that great in any of the Arctic states. And they've attempted more, but people have woken up to Chinese predatory investments and are giving them much more scrutiny. So on the economic side, I worry less actually about economic penetration and predatory economic activity. The one thing that is not a short-run military security concern, but potentially a long-run military security concern, is the ability of China to gather militarily related intelligence from their scientific research stations and their scientific maritime expeditions into the Arctic. Things like mapping seabeds, things like embedding sensors in the ocean floor, things like having a presence in northern Sweden in Kiruna from their research station, or in Iceland, or pick your place, where you can monitor other countries' activities. So I worry about that actually more than I worry about the economic penetration.
Yeah, just very briefly. I mean, China is an extremely large and extremely capable country, but they are not a country of infinite resources. And a choice to be present in the Arctic in a militarily significant way is a choice to commit a lot of resources. There are a lot of other places where China would like to commit those resources and I think have priority over Arctic investments there. That isn't to say that we may not see a Chinese brief presence there, but there is a substantial difference between passing a military asset through the Arctic and having a substantial military capability in the Arctic. And especially given the degree to which China exercises very close control of logistics and other means of support for their forces, I don't see in the near term the danger of China creating a substantial presence there.
Okay, I'm going to encourage you all to think of your questions, and you might come up to the mic. I'll keep going with a couple of questions as follow on to your original opening remarks. So, Dave, for you, if the Turkish blocking of Sweden and Finland, becomes a protracted story, will NATO find the right workarounds? I mean, do you think there are things in motion now that are assuming, the formal membership process will come to a timely conclusion? But should we still be talking about Turkey blocking their membership 3 years from now? Are there any kind of short to medium term consequences of that?
I will preface my answer by saying I am not an expert in Turkey, but I know some people who are. And in my conversations with them, their take on it, not to put words in other people's mouths, but their take on it is there's an election in Turkey in May. And once that election occurs, we might get movement on Turkish acceptance of Sweden and Finland in NATO. We might get it before, because the West has put on a lot of pressure on Turkey, get this done quick. But the betting money is that sometime after May, soon after the election, that if it hasn't already happened, it'll happen. In the interim, there have been a series of bilateral security guarantees, not formal, but essentially informal security guarantees offered by countries like the United States, by the UK, by other countries to say to the Swedes and the Finns, if you are attacked before you are a full NATO member, we will come to your aid. So we have given them that sort of
Interesting.
insurance policy.
Just what the Ukrainians want, but, got halfway there with no promise of full membership, but.
Well, but Ukraine is at war with Russia, and Sweden and Finland are not. So.
Right. Doyle, for you raised some very interesting and very concrete examples of the challenges to each of the armed services, different material challenges that they face. But what about like joint operations? Do we do joint exercises in the Arctic? Have we overcome, and do the services know how to kind of play off each other's relative strengths and advantages to mitigate some of these, challenges of being in the Arctic environment? Is there a jointness that plays out in the Arctic that might be different than other parts of other operations that we, train for?
That's a great question. And to be honest, I'm not aware of any uniquely Arctic joint exercises or operations. Nor am I aware of any uniquely Arctic combined exercises or operations on the military side in terms of working with our NATO partners in the Arctic specifically. We have historically done operations in Norway, things like the Northern Wedding and things with the Marines and pre-positioned equipment there, but that was against a very different threat profile and not specifically directed at the Arctic. Maybe I'm a little bit of a pessimist or a cynic. I guess I tend to think that in areas where operations are more difficult, combining, whether it's joint or combined, that bringing forces together has more of a likelihood of multiplying the difficulties than it does of leveraging synergies.
Yep. Okay, I saw Nicholas in the back, but if there's, excuse me? Oh, I'm sorry, Rebecca?
Sure, I'd like to hop on a couple of the recent questions. Regarding China, I would note that the Department of Defense has indicated that China may be pursuing polar-capable submarine capabilities as part of its second strike capability. We know China is trying to perfect its nuclear triad, and there have been some indications that the Arctic may be a potential area it would like to be able to send its submarines. So I would refer you to the Department of Defense's annual China Military Power Report, because there's been some interesting language on Chinese submarines in that. So I think I'd add that to the economic dimension that Dave talked about. And I'd also flag Chinese and Russian military cooperation. Just this year, about a month ago, I think, we saw Chinese and Russian combined naval exercise in the Bering Sea. And so there are clear indications that they are drawing together closer militarily. While they don't have a formal alliance, they have a no-holds-barred friendship. And the fact that they did a military exercise in the Arctic under the current circumstances, I think, is a telling indication. And so watching that space, I think, is important. Also, the Russia-China economic cooperation, as Russia's lost access to capital to develop its Arctic region, it may be more amenable to Chinese capital with all of those strings. When it comes to exercises in the Arctic, I would flag a couple of major NATO exercises in the Arctic, and most notably Cold Response, which was in March of this year, just after the February invasion. So fascinating timing. Cold Response was an enormous, one of the largest scale NATO exercises we've seen since Trident Juncture in 2018, also in the Arctic. And so I think we see some examples of really large-scale NATO exercises aimed at the Arctic region, which are clearly signaling NATO's strength and unity to Russia, to China, and also the growing ability of NATO forces to operate together in the Arctic region. That's on top of a lot of exercises. Canada and Norway host regular exercises in the Arctic. There's a ton of exercises going on in Alaska. So, I think we've seen a real interest in exercises as a way of increasing capability to operate in the really cold and harsh environments that Doyle has described. Thanks.
Did you want to pick up? Okay. Nicholas, please. And then Marisol.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Davidson. I'm a master's student at the Schar School. I was just curious, and this is relevant to specifically Rebecca's talk about the gray zone operations and stuff like that, but I'd love to hear everyone's thoughts. What do you think is the likelihood, or what do you think the response would be if an Arctic state used civilian equipment, and that could be sanctioned or unsanctioned, ally or adversary, it could be one of our friends or Russia, for their strategic benefit? And a parallel I was thinking of was Chinese fishermen in the South China Sea. So they kind of, yeah, I guess I don't know how else to explain it. So just as an example, I've seen clips of the television program Deadliest Catch, where Russian ships are operating in the Bering Sea past where their maritime borders are. So I was wondering, do you think we would see that as the ice melts and more civilian equipment is going into the Arctic?
Anybody want to take that?
I'm happy to hop on that. I think it's a great question. And I think, you're absolutely right. We see Chinese fishing vessels and their maritime militia, their sort of civilian fishing militia, used to harass state vessels from other countries in the South China Sea who may be conducting oil and gas prospecting or fishing or doing maritime operations. And so I think that is a really interesting example. And I appreciate you bringing it up. And also that Alaska incident, which is fascinating, right? Now, the Russian naval vessels that were operating in the Bering in 2020 in the US EEZ were within their legal rights. Naval warships are permitted to transit through the EEZ of another country. And so, that was a legal operation, but it was fairly chaotic because the fishing fleet was not informed. And obviously the Russian warships were extremely aggressive. I think as we see more and more fish moving north, The Bering Sea is one of the largest commercial fisheries in the world. It's a $1 billion fishery. And the Barents Sea on the other side of the Arctic is the other biggest fishery in the world. And so in both the Bering and the Barents, those fisheries, those fish stocks are moving north and fishing fleets are following them. And so there is the potential for some more friction there. When a fish stock that has been managed in one particular area moves across a boundary line to another area, who gets those fish? So right now we see crab in the northern Bering Sea moving from US waters into Russian waters. Obviously the Alaskan fishermen think those are their crabs. And we see similar types of dynamics playing out in the Barents and in the northern Atlantic more broadly. And so I think the potential for sort of fisheries conflict to bubble up, hopefully that a lid can be kept on that, but fisheries conflict is very common around the world. And with moving fish stocks, I think we see increased potential for that to kind of create another irritant in the relationship. Great question.
Instead of wolf warriors, we have whale warriors, perhaps? I don't know.
Cod warriors.
Cod warriors. There we go. Marisol, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, so I just wanted to add, I guess, like one other way that we're seeing China build presence in the Arctic is with regard to the space domain and their rather ambitious polar orbiting satellite program that they've begun launching some of these satellites, the way that like using Beidou. So I know currently one of the IMO working groups is considering using Beidou for the global maritime distress system. When that's like these are real-time decisions that are being discussed, and ways that China, because they don't have territory in the Arctic, are trying to leverage space assets and data to further legitimize and build their equities in the region. So I just wanted to see if any of you wanted to kind of talk about some of those dimensions. I think the space domain is also really interesting when it comes to the Arctic.
But your point, Doyle, about some of these navigational systems, the satellites are not as reliable because of, the physical properties of the pole. Would that affect what she's?
Right. So the issues principally have to do with the GPS and GLONASS constellations, which have been put into orbit with the bulk of their coverage focused on areas south of 66 degrees north or north of 66 degrees south. As Beidou is a younger constellation, as I understand it, is that correct? So, and I believe the Chinese have made decisions to enhance the polar coverage. Generally speaking, the closer you are to looking straight down, the better you do on going through these atmospheric effects. So if you have better coverage there, it may in fact be a better choice. If China wishes to have an increased terrestrial presence in the region, though, that at the same time has a binding effect because their ability to take that resource away is diminished. And I think that you would see security forces of Western nations, and likely of Russia as well, being very reticent about creating a dependence on a Chinese asset.
Yeah. So when you think about space coverage in the Arctic, you have to keep in mind two things. One is most of our satellite coverage is geosynchronous, so it goes near the equator. To get polar coverage, you need to go in a polar orbit. And what that means is you have the satellite above the North Pole for only a few minutes for each pass. So either you need to you're going to have episodic coverage, or you need to have a large constellation of satellites so that you always have something going over the pole. Norway and Sweden are now engaged in two separate initiatives, potentially competing, but two separate initiatives to have polar orbit launch facilities in the northern parts of their countries. So the Swedes are very big on this. The Norwegians are a little bit behind on this, but they're quickly catching up. And the Finns are putting a lot of money into satellite production. They don't want to be a launch center, but they want to actually produce these small communication and positioning satellites that could then be launched in Norway or Sweden. Norway and Sweden launch facilities could, for example, be the launch point for a bunch of the Starlink satellite cluster that the U.S. Air Force has contracted with to provide small polar orbit satellites for a variety of purposes.
Interesting. Question over here.
Hi, my name is Christopher Woody. Thank you for your time today. I wanted to ask about how we should think about the role of conventional forces versus special operations forces in the Arctic. The Army and the Marines obviously have conventional forces that have gone to the Arctic or are based there, but it's an inhospitable region that, you know, kind of lends itself to small units with specialized capabilities. So what's the balance between regular forces and unconventional?
So, I think the short answer is that special operations forces can be conceptualized pretty well as highly specialized light infantry. They're small units that have a disproportionate amount of punch for their size. They generally, in order to do that, require fairly specialized levels of support, relatively extensive as compared to other units, and some fairly specialized gear. So on the one hand, because it is really difficult to operate anything in the Arctic, a small unit might be able to have a disproportionate impact. On the other hand, because it is so difficult to operate in the Arctic, the ability to operate there in an austere environment for a sustained period of time is probably less. I realize that's kind of a non-answer to your question, but I think there's nothing about the Arctic that comes to mind that would make it uniquely suited or even uniquely unsuited to special operations forces, except that special operations forces usually rely on being extracted somehow. And getting the forces in place to reliably extract from the Arctic is a pretty significant undertaking, and it would be a choice to commit a lot of resources to whatever it was that you were doing.
If I can hop on that for a minute. I think it's a great question. I'll just add to the excellent points that Doyle just made. And one of my favorite anecdotes is that several years ago, the Canadian head of Canadian Armed Forces, I can't remember his name at the moment, was asked what he would do if Russian forces landed in the Canadian Arctic. And he chuckled and he said, I would send out a search and rescue party. Because, as Doyle laid out to you earlier, the conditions are extremely inhospitable. And so we are fortunate to not really have to worry about a ground invasion of North American Arctic from Russia, nor do I think we have to worry about, a surface naval invasion. It's simply not practical. I also don't see a lot of targets that would be, why would you send in a soft team when you can probably knock out most of the available targets with long-range precision strike? Because most of the targets up there are either critical national infrastructure, like Russian energy deposits, high value, fixed location, knock out that infrastructure to create, a devastating initial blow in the, onset of a conflict, or they are large over the horizon radar, like our early warning system across North America. And those are fixed positions. And it's far easier to attack them with a long-range strike than to try and send a small team, which, as Doyle has noted, would be very difficult to resupply and to extract. So I think neither ground forces nor special operations forces would be particularly useful. I think we are mostly looking at long-range strike and probably the subsurface domain. Thanks.
I want to follow up on the cod harassment fishing question, and wonder if there is any likelihood of such an operation being essentially a kind of deception or clandestine operation that's designed to capitalize on what Rebecca has characterized as a frequent pattern of accidents that could be kind of discounted. Oh, there they go again. It doesn't raise our sense of threat because we have predicted that these things are going to happen, but that they are a deceptive operation designed to attract resources to that area, and that the unfolding accident is really not an accident at all, but really a way of disarming our normal responses about what a threat actually conventionally looks like. maybe as a part of diversion or some sort of way of I keep thinking about the unmarked uniforms by Russian troops in Crimea, for example, as a sort of plausible explanation, possibly for something that it isn't actually.
Yeah, so first I would just like to comment for all of you here that he's very devious. So I would watch him carefully. But when you think about an operation like that, let's take it by Arctic subregion. If that were to happen in Alaska, I'm not sure what the purpose would be. Because you're going to get if you get any response from the United States, you're going to get a Coast Guard response. Because that's the assets we have up there. That's not really going to affect our air cap, our fifth generation fighter planes that patrol the US approaches. That's not going to affect them because they're looking for Russian bombers and Russian aircraft. So I'm not sure quite what the purpose would be. I could see more of a purpose in the European Arctic of something like that, an attempt like that. But I would also point out that the one country that it might really affect is Norway. And the Norwegians are extremely, extremely heightened to a scenario like that. And they're watching things very closely. If you go, somewhere else, the water's off Iceland, again, I'm not sure what it gets you. If you do it off Greenland, there's no one there to watch and there's nothing there to attack. So I'm not sure it makes sense there either. So Norway is the one that I would be concerned about. And I think the Norwegians are savvy enough and have enough domain awareness capabilities that they would be wise to that.
Mm.
Yep.
Mm.
Yeah, if you want to take out a fiber optic cable, or if you want to break a pipeline, or you want to damage an oil platform, you could certainly try it. I think the Norwegians are very sensitive to that possibility.
Stanley, you have the last question. Okay.
There's a saying attributed to Frederick the Great. He who would defend everything defends nothing. I go to lots of these meetings. Everybody says, we have to do more here. We have to do more there. What do you give up?
Well, I would just answer your question by saying the United States has, again, I'm speaking for myself. My impression of the United States policy is that we are not willing to give up a whole lot to prioritize the Arctic. That we make some really good rhetorical statements and we do things on the cheap, things that can have a high impact, but that don't cost us a lot of money or time or political resources. And that's how we're coping. Because you cannot convince the US Navy to spend $1 billion to make an ice-capable surface warfare ship. You can't convince the Air Force to build more airfields up in Canada, for example, because they have other priorities. So the Army doing what it's doing about training in very cold climates for extended period of time, that involves a few thousand people. That is not big Army. So we're not really giving up much, is my answer.
And I guess I would echo that, and I would say militarily, we give up the Arctic. That the good news about the physical challenges that I laid out is that physics works on both sides equally. And so we're not overly concerned that there's going to be a dramatic, highly capable adversary military presence in the Arctic. And if there were to be, there'd be enough warning time on it that we can make some choices then about what we give up instead. But I think if you take a look at the investment profile of all the US services, there's nothing to suggest that the US is making a substantial military investment in the Arctic. I would agree. It's a marginal investment, that the Investment in icebreakers is long overdue and still probably less than is required even for domestic needs, and that in terms of other systems that are uniquely capable of operating there, nothing at all.
Rebecca, you want to weigh in on this last topic, and then we'll wrap up.
Sure. I mean, I think I would point out that we have more 5th generation fighter aircraft in Alaska than anywhere else in the world. We have a highly capable military presence in Alaska, in the US Arctic. And I think people forget about that. But again, an enormous number of F-35s in the state of Alaska. Are they there because it's halfway to China? Sure. But they're also there protecting the American homeland and serving as a ready response force for any type of incursion. I would note that we have the most capable submarine force in the world that regularly operates in the Arctic region. And I would also note that we have an enormous array of long-range over-the-horizon radars stretching from Alaska to Greenland that has been in place for decades that gives us early warning homeland defense capabilities. And those capabilities, the radar systems that look outwards and give us early warning, the subsurface capabilities, and the 5th generation fighter aircraft, those are capabilities that are calibrated and precisely oriented towards the types of threats that we think are most likely. And so I think we have the types of capabilities that we need. Again, I would encourage you to take a look at the NDS, which provides a great framework for thinking through some of these challenges. But we are not, as the other speakers have noted, we're not worried about some sort of land invasion or naval invasion of Alaska. We would be worried about long-range precision missile attack. That's a threat that we've been worried about for decades. That's why we have radars. That's why we have F-35s. And we have the subsea domain, which is the most favorable operating environment for naval platforms. Again, we're in the lead there, and we have been for decades. So I think the idea that we're somehow losing an Arctic arms race is alarmism. I think we have formidable military capabilities up there, and I think we have what we need. It may not be what some viewers or commentators would like, but there's always going to be an appetite for more and more and more. I think we've made the investments that we need and we continue to make, and I would applaud Canada's recent announcement of $40 billion to upgrade their NORAD radar system in coming years. So I think our allies are seeing the value of investments and capabilities up there, and they're putting dollars in as well. Thanks.
Thank you. And I see our Alaskan is back on the screen. Lawson, did you want to jump in on this?
No, I agree. I was going to echo what Becca just said. I mean, we've spent billions. The military-industrial complex over the last 3 or 4 decades has placed missiles in the ground in Alaska, large forces in Alaska, huge F-35 fleet, and of course at the top of the Navy budget is always, well, in this case, boomers, but also nuclear attack submarines, which is hugely important for our security interests at the top of the world. We have, I would say, overwhelming air power and nuclear submarine power to match up with any adversary at the top of the world.
On that dramatic note, I think we're going to bring this wonderful day to an end. First, but you're going to let me take the mic back again, but first I want to just say how wonderful this final panel was. I think we really covered a lot of ground, a huge amount of knowledge for you all to now digest. So thank you to Dave, Doyle, and Rebecca. And then as we bring this, our 5th annual symposium to an end, I just want to thank those who did so much to make this possible. I want to thank Sarah Wells and Kim Talley, who were with me in all steps of the preparations of this. So thank you for the wonderful job you've done. And just note Carter Coudrier and Andrew Arlotta and all the other CSPS fellows who've been with us today, who've been manning the registration desk and moving materials up and down. It really is great. And my fellow Schar faculty members who contributed substantively and also in early brainstorming about this topic. So Todd Laporte, Ken Reinhardt, Rich Kozlerich, and our Doyle Hodges. So thanks to them as well. Thank you all for staying so happily throughout the whole day. I hope you found it enriching. My takeaway is that the issues here are more nuanced and more textured in many ways. The economic story is not one-dimensional. The security picture is not one-dimensional. It has vectors going in different directions. So I hope we can all be more informed students and citizens as we follow the events in the Arctic in the coming years. So thank you all for coming.